Good morning, Twitch. Welcome to Neon Lights Roleplay, the Cyberpunk Red actual play stream that doesn't need an update to fix the bugs for the update to fix bugs.
Shots fired
My name's Tate
already?
Washburn.
Jeez.
Yeah! That's Tate Washburn.
Just coming out with heat early in the morning. Good lord, Tate.
DM who's coming in strong.
I'm like,
today.
all right, maybe I'll just have time to edit the screens and fix the Discord stuff with just like some chill commentary while I fix the overlay. And it's just like, nope, we're starting off with flames. All right, coming in aggressive. How y'all feeling? What's up? What's new, Twitch? How we feeling? Everybody cool? We got Caboose in chat. Caboose, what's going on, bruh?
Yo, Caboose.
Good to see you, my fam. Good to see you. I'm literally just filling up time while I fix the camera. So feel free to
oh no,
feel free to talk intros. I mean, we're all visible on screen, so feel free to talk intro stuff while I'm doing it. I'm just aligning borders.
Foxy last. My name's Tate Washburn. I'm the DM. I'm the one who's running everything in this world.
That's true.
We are at his mercy.
That is his job. He does that. While else we're doing that, introduce yourselves, everybody else, because we never actually do we always do in character intros. We never do regular intros. Let's just who are you people? What do you guys do in general? Let's do that real quick. Anybody just you mean? Let's do a little more chill in the intro. You feel me? A little cool with that.
Spend some time.
Let's spend some quality time. You feel me?
Asking me to be cool is a high demand.
Listen, I know I ask too much of you sometimes, but it's only because I have faith in your abilities.
Effort.
Exactly.
Why?
So Learner TV should know that this is the very first Twitch thing I've ever done is this show, and I still don't know exactly what Pog or Poggers is supposed to mean.
Pog champ.
Thank you.
To be fair,
Pog champ, never dog champ, always slog champ through the log champ. You feel me? That was a lot. I'm sorry.
I assumed it was good and positive.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Is it cursed if I say that the first
Pog and Poggers?
Sorry, what?
Is there a difference between Pog and Poggers?
No, not really. If it's just kind of Poggers is more of a kind of like an adjective, like that's Poggers,
That was Poggers. Or you could say that was Pog also.
Yeah, it's really all of it. It's a colloquial thing,
The Pog is more of a noun.
I'm gonna say the overlay is as good as it's gonna get, and it's actually not that bad. So we're gonna run with it because we have more important things to do than fuck around with stupid overlays. We've got nanomachines, son, is what we got.
Yep.
So we're gonna get to that.
Summary of last time. The team was given a job to recover some very powerful cyberware. They were told the power of that cyberware inherently was going to cause more of this cyber psychosis. It's like a disassociation from your own body, and if you happen to also be kind of like an angry, violent person, it goes badly. It just makes you do your most impulsive version of yourself. Anyways, after finding it, finding out more about both Fox and Lynx's past in the process, the party ended up finding it amongst the Golden Agers, a poser gang that all look like Golden Age supervillains, although they're kind of bad at deciding which ones are Golden Age. And yeah, they found out, and the last thing the doc found out was that it's not that this is too powerful, it's that this cyberware actively has, I guess, the hardware equivalent of ransomware. It is designed to stop anyone from using the hardware without permission. They didn't buy it from the right source. And it's full of, like we said, nanomachines, son. It's unclear exactly how it does that, but it's an extremely dangerous self-replicating nanomachine technology.
Word. And right on time, because I just got the overlay perfectly fixed up, so we can now officially get kicking into the shits. So how do you want to do this? You want to do character intros first? You're running the show right now. Yeah,
let's do character intros from Foxy down.
You got it. And I'll start off and I'll pass it over. So what's going on, folks? It's your boy Young Foxy, aka Big Foxy, aka your favorite fox. You know where to find me if you can't find me. I dunk on right wingers on Twitter a lot, and I'm kind of funny, and I make music. Today I'll be playing not Foxy, but Fox, the Fixer. Everyone's favorite drug dealing flirt. And that's about all you need to know about me right now. And I'll pass it over to my main man, Joe Hay Club.
Oh, me first. All right. Hey, I'm Joe. I stream sometimes. I don't really make music much.
He does.
anymore.
He's lying. Stop letting him lie to you like that.
No, actually, I don't have any songs up right now. But yeah, I stream a decent amount. I think we streamed about 60 hours this past month. And that's about all I do.
What character do you play?
Oh, I play Dion the I play Dion the media. And yeah, I'm still learning.
Well done.
I'm still learning.
And then I think on the order of our Discord, because Dan doesn't like to use his real name, would be Dan.
Hi, I'm Dan. I don't do much except tweet sometimes, which is not really...
It just pisses off boomers on Twitter, apparently.
Yeah.
Remember your Ken Jennings tweet when you pissed off like all of boomer Twitter?
Thankfully, no. Thankfully, that seems to have blown.
Oh my god, it was such a great arc, bro.
I exist.
Yo, it
and
was
that's about it.
amazing.
And I play Huckabee, or Doc, as he usually gets called. I'm a doctor. I work with nanotech, and I have an
Work with
Italian accent
cyberware.
that will probably not sound very Italian to anyone who knows what an Italian accent sounds like.
Any actual Italians in chat are raging at you right now.
Oh yeah, and I'll deserve it.
And they'll get at you
Oh,
like
I'm
Ken
totally
Jennings
cool.
Twitter.
They're gonna use angry Christopher Columbus memes to be mad at you.
Well,
Yo, Tate's on fire today! What's happening?
Well,
What's
I
happening
guess-
is that I didn't get any sleep last night, so I'm riddled with caffeine.
Oh, guys, you guys totally missed the Tate meme cam earlier, where his cam was just way too far in on him. And I was like, wait, we need to use this. This is really, really useful sometimes.
I accidentally had the close-in lens because I have a whole Sony setup of my really nice camera, and so yeah, it was like
Wait, I didn't even get clout from that tweet. I just got like a bunch of.
He just got a bunch of
replies
angry
and
boomers in his
some
DMs.
bots.
spree. No, it just meant that we've got to see what boomers think like online harassment is.
Which is like fervently defending Ken Jennings and like
Not
telling
even
somebody they
well?
couldn't host Jeopardy. Like a fair share of the comments were just like, well, you couldn't host Jeopardy.
You're like fair, and also
It's like, all right, solid. You're right. I could probably aspire for a bit more than that if I wanted to. That's a good call. Anyway, let's get to our last fucking intro. I'm so sorry.
Now that we are thankfully done talking about Ken Jennings.
Yep. I'm Michelle. I play Lynx, the Netrunner. I'm
Don't say-
also a programmer in real life, so you know, it works.
I'm still waiting for you to pull some real ass programming shenanigans off. And it'll
He'll just be
very
like,
good.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't work that way, though.
I know, but I kind of wanted to. It's
Yes.
like the idea of like an engineer playing some like artificer in a fantasy game is always the best.
Or a sociologist playing the, social influencer class.
Sure. Let me
I'm just
see
saying, if I were a
get some
player,
magic
I
stack.
might be in
That's
media.
the
specifically
only
for
similarity
actual
between
social
you and
media.
the character.
To be fair, I'm actually not like I'm not a sociologist technically. I majored in English, but I did minor sociology, so I do have like credentials.
Mhm.
I am certified. I've written articles. Don't fucking at me.
A degree in
The one
psychology
right winger who
and
I
have
argue with
Druid
on
class?
Twitter who like
No,
saw
no,
this
that would
link
be-
is like
Brings
clipping this
articles
right
that
now
are
to be like,
mean
haha, you
articles he
fucking
wrote.
liar! You're not a real sociologist. I clipped you right here on Twitch saying it. I can't wait to get an argument and have that happen against me. Please,
Okay,
Now,
maybe-
please.
Maybe we should
Allie
get
in chat. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't want to
talking
interrupt.
about our Twitter clout.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Ali saying in chat, a degree in psych, is that a druid class? No, it's an illusionist, for sure.
100%. That's an illusionist. That's like an illusionist or like an investigator rogue or like, like something like that. Or like in Cyberpunk,
Oh,
you'd
yeah,
probably
you
be
could
like
be-
either like an exec or like a lawman, probably. One of those two,
I feel like you could also do the media with
Oh, yeah,
psychologists.
they'll
to play,
yeah,
like,
definitely.
The detective part, like you're a detective.
You honestly could even probably swing like a fixer as a psychology because your whole thing is like talking to people and like getting like knowing how they tick. So like you could probably swing that. Definitely.
Very strong catch me if you can.
Or Rocker Boy.
vibes.
maybe. Knows how to make
Even
it.
Rocker Boy, low key, because some Rocker Boys are like cult leaders. They're like in lore. So like, you mean?
Mhm. Anyways, do we want to start the game?
Yes, let's do that.
Yeah.
To the world!
So yeah, the last thing that happened, as you guys are all still at Neon Lights, just at home. It was late at night, and Doc realized there were nanomachines in there, and I did
Son.
want to give Huckabee a chance to maybe do a little more investigation. What you know so far, it has nuclear power. It has the self-replicating nanobots, and that's about it so far.
Okay.
So, as Fox will kind of like, as Doc, is hunched over, like, tinkering on his stuff. I imagine, like, given that we all just, like, got out of, like, nearly having to fight our way through a bunch of wannabe supervillains, we're probably feeling a little, like, a little high energy, so we're all kind of hanging out in Doc's office, maybe. So, I'm as he's, like, kind of tinkered over, I'll just kind of lean over and be like, hey, Doc, how much time do you think you need on this?
More than I thought.
Huh, that's good to hear. I'm gonna
No,
see a
really
person
not.
about a horse. So Fox is gonna go place a phone call to someone and maybe go.
I think
occupy
that Doc
himself.
wants to tell you the thing he's found out, though. Like he was saying, it's not a good thing.
Oh wait, like right now? I had plans. Fine, make it quick. What's up?
Important.
Fine,
Well-
what's up?
Well, I have good news if you have plans. It's only a small matter, technically.
Great. I love when things are small. It means I can deal with them and get back to doing more important things, like making money. What's happening?
Won't love this. Nanobots. Self-replicating, tons of them, all in the arm.
Oh, so
Best
the
I can
small
tell,
thing
they're a
was
fail-safe.
okay.
Or anyone who doesn't want to use, who doesn't want to pay for the privilege of using Rockland Augmetics.
Oh, so the small thing was ironic. This is actually a really big thing.
Ah, you're catching on, amigo.
Fuck. Well, all right. He like kind of like sits back down, like gets a thinking pose. What do we know?
Dave, what do we know?
Yeah, okay. So,
Good question.
well, I
What
mean,
do we
I've kinda
know?
gone over. You know that actually this thing just has a small nuclear generator, which by itself would be
Safe.
a little bit like, hey, I've never seen one this small. That's cool. But the nanomachines, you just know they're self-replicating, and you at least surmise that they would attempt to get into someone's, like, the neural part of their cyberware and start messing with chemical balances and stuff. But you haven't really got one out of the arm and looked at it yet. And it's still going to require more rolls to understand, like, how it gets the nanomachines into someone, or how does it, like, distribute them or anything like that.
Okay.
If you can get one of those nanomachines out, could I take a look at their programming?
You have some really small tweezers and a magnifying glass?
Yeah, like that's a possibly. You might need some specialized hardware to do so. But I think if you can capture one, you could roll to see if you already have that hardware. I guess it would be the same security tech.
All right. So Fox will take in, all the info that Doc is relaying at him. I assume Doc will be conveying this. Oh, I'm sorry, Doc. Feel free to convey this information to us yourself. Roleplay that out if you want. I'm not gonna take your moment. Go ahead.
Here's what I know. There's a miniaturized nuclear reactor installed in the arm.
Hmm.
By itself, it would just be a fascinating marvel of engineering, but unfortunately, there's more.
Mm-hmm.
The generator powers in a fleet of self-replicating nanobots.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, they implement as best I can tell, they infiltrate any installed neural cyberware and can control it and can control it as a failsafe.
I'm gonna back off a few beats.
Huh.
You're like, let's take
Yeah.
a few steps.
So like yeah. Go ahead. Feel free to keep going if you want. Yeah.
I'll need more time to inspect one if you want more information on that.
So Fox will just like kind of take in this stream of word and just go, ah, okay, that makes sense. Explain it again for Dion though.
Tiny robots, which will infect your brain if Rockland decides to make them.
Like in that movie I saw once. Fuck, that's diabolical.
Welcome to the time of the Red.
All right.
Hey, I'm liking that.
So important questions. One, how did no one find out about this? 2, can we do anything about this? And 3, can we profit off of this?
Remember, Amico, it's just a prototype. It's likely these are the first. This is the first failsafe of its kind. So as far as how does nobody find out about this, they probably haven't had the chance. It's a shame we don't know any medias who could spread the word. But perhaps I am getting ahead of myself. What were your other 2 questions?
Second one was
how do you make money off of this?
Yeah, how do we make money off of this? So Fox will turn to so Fox kind of like take a second, sort of think back and just go. So Rocklin's putting ransomware nanomachines inside of random people's cyberware. Pretty fucked up, huh? Quite the story. And then kind of like look over at Dion and like give like a raised eyebrow.
Dion sighs. Well, I mean, I was gonna do a story about
the new Cardi album, yeah, I know, but it's more importantly, let's focus on that. Let's focus on other things.
I guess
He was gonna do an expose on your old love life, is what he was gonna do, Foxy.
As far as if I can do as far as what we can do about these, it might be possible to engineer a counter agent or some form of sabotage, but it's beyond my capabilities. We would need an expert.
So so Fox will kind of like take a second, maybe get like an almost like you know like an anime almost spark in his eye, and just go, now that sounds interesting. All right, gang, huddle up. Here's what I'm thinking. Doc, you get yourself cracked into these nanobots. Figure out if you can make some kind of workaround for them. Dion, you start working on a story that will spill this whole thing to Rocklin if we can. Lynx, you get me a hard line to the biggest Rocklin CEO or executive you can get to me. We hold them for ransom.
I may have to intervene on that last point.
Like kind of like a crestfall, just like, let me guess, your moral complex?
No, actually.
All right, what's up?
I haven't been 100% honest with the 3 of you.
Who's honest these days?
Rockland, it's funny you mention ransom. Rockland is holding something of mine for ransom.
That
Something
complicates things.
Becomes so callous.
And I'm gonna assume this something is something a little important to you, at least?
More than a little. I cannot... It pains me to do so, as any chance to hurt Rockland I would normally jump at, but I cannot have my name attached to any attempt to harm them. And they know that I associate with you. It won't take them long to put 2 and 2 together.
Like the whole time he's saying this, Fox is kind of like rubbing his forehead, occasionally letting out deep sighs. Several seconds of silence, and he kind of just turns and looks over at Lynx, and it's just like, "Yo, thanks for the follow, by the way, Boredom 115. Super appreciate." Back in character now.
That's the thing he says to Lynx. 100%.
back in character now. He kind of just like turns his eyes over to Lynx and just says, "Hey, Ma, is this one of those be a good person moments?"
And Lynx sort of just looks over, gives him the neutral look. You think?
I gotta think this through. You crack the nanobots and I'm gonna go get laid. I'll be back. Fox just like storms out.
It's how he really plans, is that post-nut clarity.
Honestly, you listen. When in doubt, fap it out, alright? You gotta get one. We clear out this was an adult stream, right?
This is an adult stream with adults using adult language.
So hopefully
we gave the disclaimer, right?
next time we just need to remember to put post-nut clarity in the tags.
Fuck, nobody clip that! Okay.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So yeah, Fox is just like literally just like, You even like hear him opening his agent and like asking Kat like who's not busy right now as he's like heading out. I'm off for a bit.
And
I'm not gonna make you roll for that.
before
So
he
it's fine.
leaves, right before he leaves, Link's just like, don't forget to use protection, please.
I have an implant! He yells behind him.
Which is actually an implant in the book in
It
Cyberpunk.
is.
Wow.
It's also
Cyberpunk Red thought of everything.
the question is, did Fox? Dun dun. Sorry.
Yeah. So what I'd like to do for a second is this will be like sort of the end of the night, and then you have like a night of rest and research before we sort of return to you guys talking to each other again. And I want each one of you to give me a roll or two on what you are going to do to find out more about this or decide what to do about this, if that makes sense.
I'll let the others go first. They're doing more important things than me, probably.
Well,
You roll for how good a night you have.
I will
roll
happily
for-
roll that. I will. Don't listen.
That means I have to figure out what skill is post-nut clarity. Oh no.
I hope it's not an intelligence skill. I have like 3 of
Oh,
that.
God. It's still here.
so if Dion were to look it up, kind of just generally on the internet, surf for relevant topics to kind of better decode what's going on with the nanobots, how it works, and all that, would that be library search?
I think, yeah, library search will be sort of your best bet for just knowing more about how this technology works. Because even for, like, Doc Huckabee and Lynx, this is not either of your real, like, area of expertise. You know that it's a thing, but it's not really... You wouldn't know everything about it. So yeah, I think Dion doing that is a good idea.
Okay, thanks.
And I think we're going to use the learner, I mean the media ability.
We're gonna
for-
use learner. Get in here, dude.
Oh, yeah, how would I...
No, it's the same library search check, and then you add, I believe, your...
Learner's like, yo, why'd you bring me up, bro? What's going on?
Yeah, let me look it up, but I think that you just add your roll ability modifier to it.
How do I know my roll ability modifier?
It should be 4 to start with, unless you've upgraded it.
It's whatever your roll level is.
Big
And yeah, the roll you
10.
take at the beginning.
Hey, that's good.
All right, roll another
Wait,
D10.
roll another one.
A nat 10.
Roll another
We
D10.
add to it.
That's a 29. Good lord. That's a skill. Damn, son, you hitting the streets.
Yeah.
Damn.
He got the word on the. She got the word on the streets. You feel me?
Had to balance
And,
all
Hot beats.
Yeah, yeah.
One of us had to be useful. Also, pardon chat if I do a little bit more overlay shifting just to kind of get us a slight clearer. So if you see some slight shifting in the
Yeah.
cameras, just ignore it. It's not important.
So,
I promise.
So you guys, I mean, you specifically as you're sort of researching. Oh, I got a bunch of echoes suddenly.
I'm glad that was you and not me because I was like, oh no, did I have something up?
Anyways,
Oh,
yeah, so
crap.
you are just looking for, like, I guess, nanomachine theory, nanomachine stuff, and how it does. There is a certain amount of, I don't know how to say, like, academic work still being done, especially because there's a college in this city. So you do have a lot to work with.
Okay.
You learn a few basic principles, is that nanomachines, to the level of how small they are now, are, like, microscopic. That they could like fit in someone's bloodstream, but once they get below a certain size, they almost have to be made like viruses in that like they have very specific electronics that attach to very specific other parts of either a human body or machines. They're not like a drill that they can just blast through whatever if it's strong enough. It's like proteins where like if you can block the specific electronic like magnet frequency or whatever they're using depending on how they attach to a machine, you can just block them.
Ah,
it's
so if you
entirely
block the
possible to
proton
make
once
almost-
you'll fix the thing, right?
I mean, you don't know how to do that, but you do know in theory you absolutely could
Oh,
make
I was
a
just
sort of
answering that-
vaccine for this.
I was just
Oh.
answering that medical babble in character for Fox because he would have no idea what the fuck you just said. It's
Yeah,
just-
yeah.
Okay, so
It
if we do
very
the
much
photon
like a
once,
virus.
it'll fix the thingy, right?
Yeah, reverse the polarity.
Exactly. That's it. That's all you gotta do. If you cross the streams,
Elephant tusk. Anyways, but yeah, you learned that, and I think you also learned that at least maybe Doc gave you some specs, or like you go back and ask him on like the size of these things, and they are definitely in that range of tiny. You also know that yeah, these things could really mess a person up in really subtle ways. Like no matter what kind of cyberware you have, whether it's neuralware or not, it does attach to your nervous system. Like it has to for it to move.
Yeah.
So you 100% they could just sort of attach to your nerve endings there, or crawl up all the way to your natural brainstem and just start messing with the chemical balance real hard.
Oh man, yeah, that's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's just like it's a very new wave thing of like instead of making a virus, making a machine, because the machine is just actually easier to program now that they can make something so small. And I think the last part of that detailed summary is you actually get the name of a person who specializes in this sort of thing at the college.
okay. Is anybody else gonna do anything useful?
Yeah, it's like a Professor Versi is her name. You can do some research on her if you would like to go like know more about her, but we can get to that in a second. Let's do links or docs next. Doc next.
I mean, I imagine I spend more time trying to. Maybe like I try to extract the nanobot to see like if I can examine it in more detail.
Yeah, this will be a cyber tech skill because you are kind of manipulating this arm.
Doop boop.
Okay, 13.
Big 13.
Yeah, you do get high enough that you realize that there was an easy mistake you could have made of just like opening the floodgates and all these things flew out. As self-replicating machines, they could have gone everywhere. You actually, basically, you have one of these fittings that are meant for like quick changing an arm, and you just attach one end to like a glass jar, and then you attach this arm to the other end, and you just like, just for a second, allow some of these things out, and then close it back up. And then you do have like some in a jar. You can't really see them, but you think that you have the machinery to like isolate one or two and look in at them closely. I'd like you to actually just roll me that check one more time because this is literally right on the number I selected. And so I want to see one way or the other how you do this. Hey!
Holy hell.
Again.
You roll
Balling
a
it.
D10.
Yeah, add another D10 to that.
We are rolling in good rolls today.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
10 and
I
3 and
like
10.
it.
All right. So yeah, I think that by the action of doing this, you at the last second remember I need to maybe monitor how it releases and where it releases from, because this whole thing is designed to not look like it's doing the thing it's doing. And yeah, as you monitor it with that excellent roll, you realize that it's just several of the cables that attach to like the sort of the nerve ending attachments that are in an arm. And that worries you because what you talked to the Golden Agers, they were already partway through that process. They already attached those parts to them.
Oh,
That's
And
uh-oh.
so it replicates using the cables that attach to the arm nerves. is what
that's
you're
how
saying.
they inject it into your body, is that the neural attachments just sort of funnel these things into your sort of neural system as a person, even if this was your very first cyberware.
Lovely.
They really only self-replicate, you think, because I'm going to use this role also as you research these. They really only self-replicate if there's a lot of other cyberware in the body. Like, they need to use metal cyberware bits to make more of themselves. They can't just do that off of an organic brain. But That's a problem when you're dealing with the Golden Agers, who are real cyber doc.
Very heavily teched up.
Oh yeah, they're plugged in real good.
They real plugged in. They got plugs and connections.
Yeah,
Not in the way I do, but in a different way.
yeah. So I think that you.
are the plug.
He's a plug of a different variety.
I'm a damn surf protector, all right? You feel me?
So yeah, you also can isolate one or two of these. I think you have what is effectively like a small magnetic field thing, and it's meant to keep like dust off of metal bits as you're working on it, because that could really mess up fine circuitry. But I think you managed to repurpose it to collect like one or two of these in a way that you can zoom in on it with like a magnifying glass. And yeah, I think that's what you've mostly learned thus far. And I think that it's the kind of technical knowledge that doesn't exist yet would be other things you learn of, like, you kind of know what composites they're made out of. You could make some guesses as to how that works when it comes to messing with people, but as it's not your area of expertise, even a smooth 24 isn't quite enough to get you to learn a whole new discipline of robotics.
Okay. And I guess Lynx will be interested to have a look at these later.
Yeah, Lynx, because he's rolled so well, you do have one totally isolated. What you'll need to do is roll me some security check to basically repurpose some of your like wireless tech to figuring out what this thing is and does.
Okay. Will do. Let's see. Security check is hashtag stat. This is a tech roll. 23.
Right.
God, another one.
Jeez, come on. A 23. You might not have to go talk to the expert that I created. So I think one of the things you realize as you do set this up, and you can kind of get... Programming is almost too strong of a word for how this thing operates. You think it's actually like it... Remember, like, old school video games, you would have the software is just the hardware. Like, you can't go in and change it. It is hardwired into this. That's how these things operate, because they are so small. They just can't hold any memory at all.
Yeah. Literally every single piece. I mean, you could go in to change it, but you'd be really hard pressed to fit anything else in there because of how they have to optimize just for the memory.
Yeah, exactly. But you do get a sense of how they're going to operate, I think. I think part of this is also you almost have to like do a little research as to like neurochemistry, because it's not one of your expertise, but a little bit of light searching gets you the very basics. And you think, okay, I think this hardware is specifically designed to interact with exactly two things. One, the material it's made out of to make more. And two, a very specific like set of neurotransmitters that release a very specific chemical that at least the academic paper you found would spell bad news, but you can identify exactly which one.
Okay.
Well, has everyone been useful now?
I think so.
All right, cool. I'm gonna so I guess the next morning I'll wake up and call the group chat. Just like we're all just like on like a group. I'm assuming agents can group call. I'm assuming that's a thing that exists.
I mean, we're group calling right now. Presumably it exists in Dark World future.
Exactly.
The agents are basically better smartphones.
Yeah, so you mean
lack of a real internet doesn't prevent you from directly
more encryption than on Discord.
So I'm in somebody's bathroom, just in front of the mirror, and I'm just like, all right, time to check in with these idiots. Just like quick ring.
Wait, how do we know if you got lucky if you didn't roll?
Oh, you're right. I gotta roll. it. What am I rolling, Tate?
Well,
T100.
I think that T100. I think personal grooming can count to just, are you looking fine enough to
I should probably get
someone?
my character sheet up then, huh? That's probably helpful.
That's probably helpful.
His contortionist skill?
I don't actually have the contortionist skill, unfortunately.
That would be very good.
It'd be helpful. I don't know how you get down, right? Yeah. All right, here we go. Personal grooming check. I got a 12 for that. So, yeah, okay. All right, let me get my dice roller back up. My fault. I'm taking up too much time. I apologize. What am I rolling? A D10 plus 12. Oh, no, actually, I think I get a better bonus for that. No, that's for, no, I do. I get a +2 for that because of my,
Your light
tattoos, yeah. So, here's a +14. What's that number? 20.
What's that number?
Dirty 20.
The dice hasn't appeared for me yet, it doesn't look like.
I have to disagree with Spree in the chat about the contortionist skill.
Only useful if you're a bottom? I mean, I don't want to get into it, but
listen, friend. I'm okay.
There the dice goes up.
Sometimes
yeah.
Creativity.
But yeah, Foxy he's got a booty call list, and it's like a mutual, everyone knows, both you and the person that you're calling, that this is a hookup.
Listen, man.
And there's no hard feelings at all for doing that.
It
it's
is
just
what it is.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah. And, that's up for you, the player, to decide who and what answers you get from that call. But
I probably placed a couple calls, but I'm not really too worried about who it was, to be perfectly honest. It was just somebody.
Like first come, first serve today.
You mean it was just somebody I was bored or whatever. Point is, I'm in their bathroom right now. Just quick shirtless mirror stretch, and then I'm gonna call I'm just gonna call the gang. Just
real quick, because I do love the idea of post nut clarity. I would like you to roll me. Let's say I'm gonna either say streetwise.
What have I done?
Or let's say human perception to be inspired as to what you could do for the money, because that's the one answer you didn't get.
Here we go. I didn't mean to roll that like that, but I got a 31.
Son of a... Because you got that 10, and then it probably added that 3.
Oh, yeah, that's fair, actually. That makes sense.
Son of...
Which one was this? Was this streetwise, or was this...
I will human perception.
Human perception.
Human perception. So, yeah, I think that you are thinking about this ransomware, and, you're like, 100% this has got to be the only one, or they wouldn't be paying us 5,000 eddies to get it. That's such a huge number. And then secondly, you don't know how any of this tech works, but you do know if you can find a cure for this, and you very quietly make it known that you have the thing that will prevent this ransomware, and you never let Rocklin know that exists, you've effectively made a hack for ransomware. You can sell the shit out of that.
Bing! Just as soon as he had, Fox just goes to the bathroom, has a stretch, just mid-stretch, he's like, bing! I gotta call these idiots. Just immediately hits the group chat. So I want to know, what is everyone doing when they answer the call? How does everyone answer the call?
Yeah. So how'd you spend your night after all this research and science? And...
Just up to the moment that you get the call. What happens? One at a time, of course.
We collapsed from exhaustion.
Yeah, you're just slumped over your desk. You just didn't even go to bed.
Works for me.
Well, Dion's been working on a draft of a story. It's mostly done, but
Solid.
Yeah,
you can always work on it.
Yeah, first and second drafts come pretty quick. Yeah.
Lynx has caffeine coming out of her eyeballs now.
Hello? Just shaking out of control. No, I'm fine. What do you want?
At one point, you brewed tea and you just added powdered caffeine pills to the brew. You're like, this is...
you had a packet of instant caffeine, and then you had the tea. And you were just just poured it in there.
Yeah, that's fine. One night, I'm not going to make you roll for, especially because it's very good roleplay, so I'm down. So yeah, that's when this call comes in.
Yeah, so I'll just morning, geniuses. What are we doing? What's the matter? Long night? We feeling okay? Everybody cool?
It is way too early in the fucking morning.
Oh, why do you sound so grumpy? All right, no bullshitting then. What do we got? It's Lynx, you first.
Well, based on the programming, thanks to Huck isolating one of those nanomachines, I was able to tell that it looks like these nanomachines are designed to self-replicate based on the same material that they're made out of. So generally more cyberware. Another thing which is interesting is that they're made to bind to a very specific neurotransmitter in the body. Okay, sorry. Let me explain this again, Kit. Nanomachine, tiny little bug that wants to crawl and stick itself to your nerves. A very specific kind of nerve, which is bad because it's going to fuck up your chemicals, which will make you either feel really, really very happy or very, 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 very angry.
Why didn't you just open
You would
on that?
assume,
That was way
based on
simpler.
what they do, is it's not the happy one. You would assume.
Why didn't you just open on that? That's way simpler. Okay, makes sense. Speaking of the doctor, Huck, what you got for me, boss?
Well, as Senora Lindsay already said, I managed to isolate some of the nanobots. I have a bit more of an idea of how they reproduce, and to put it in a way that you might understand, I may have to do some more work on the golden agers that we saw, because it might already be in them.
Oh, yikes. That's rough, but profit? Question mark?
Yes, Volpo profit.
All right, cool. So, good news out of that. And lastly, my main man, Dion. I know you got something good for me. What's up, boss?
Dion kind of grumbles, looks over. You can see bags under his eyes.
Oof. Rough night, boss?
Well, just read it. He hands him the...
Hands me the report?
Digital.
Mm.
Gives him a flash drive, I guess.
He's like, I guess like sent it over to me. So yeah, the moment he sends it, he's just like, he's like, hey Fox, read this, and I'm like, hey cat, read that. So my agent reads it for me and just like tells me the blurb, just like nanotechnology, basic information. Once he mentions the professor though, Fox will just go, wait a minute, professor, focus on that. What do you know about her?
Well, you can look for more. There's also a thing I forgot when he rolled is you also know like who in the city uses nanomachines for their daily work. Most of them end up being like wealthy corpo stuff way up in like the Watson development. But there is a nightclub actually in South Night City that it's assumed, and you think it's pretty safe to say that they use nanomachine technology in some of their like club attractions.
Fancy.
It's the Wonderland Club. You think that they use it for some of their VR hologram shenanigans that they do.
So once Dion mentions the nightclub, he'll probably start keep mentioning some other more important things. I'll just kind of go, not important. Wait, okay, nightclub. That's helpful. Last thing about the professor. She's single?
I think that it's not going to be any more of a role. It could maybe be part of that. Yeah, Rai. Is that the name I said? I have already forgotten. I'm sorry.
Hey, listen, I know how that feels, bro.
Professor
When you name a character as the GM and you're like, wait, what did I name them?
Yeah, okay. No, I have a few names back here. Or actually, no. Do we want chat to name this professor?
Oh.
I don't have a very specific name. Is chat ready to do that?
Chat, you got 30 seconds. Go. That's actually too much time. Chat, you got 15 seconds. Go.
Well, no. So this professor is single and also seems kind of reclusive. She's younger. She has a background in the sort of orbital culture is where she's from. Like she is deigned to come to Earth from like the low orbit people.
Oh, no.
Is she a Highlander?
And I think lastly, she's almost always seen in like her spacesuit, and you don't know why.
So she's a Highlander. Huh. I haven't
Yeah.
bagged a Highlander yet.
Spree, we're not calling her Professor Big Titty.
So why are you like this? Oh god. Why did I make you a mod?
The size of the titty was not the problem there.
I can't. I'm physically...
Bill Blue Apron, brought to you by...
Chill Paper brought to you. Are we just doing more corporate sponsorship in this? No! It's not okay!
I low-key, it would be very funny to get corporate sponsorship if they didn't do a great job at, like, defining how we could use that sponsorship, because it'd be very funny to just tear the mickey out of a sponsorship.
Stop! Stop it,
We'll
you
take your money
people!
and make
What
fun
is
of
wrong
you.
with you?
This is a Dom situation. You don't get any say. We're. Oh man, I shouldn't do that. That's bad.
All right, no, okay. So once I get the information, Fox
I don't know
will.
how much help we're gonna get from the
Unfortunately,
chat
he'll say this a bit out loud. He'll just think, Highlander, huh? Haven't bagged one of those yet. Let me make a phone call.
Dr. Sidechick Love.
That is
We're not gonna get
Sidechick
useful
Love.
name suggestions out of the chat. Yeah, I don't think. It's fine.
And
Oh, look,
Link
an
just did
actual
with the
name
short
suggestion.
side.
Look at that. Thank you, Spree.
That's a Selena. All right.
So yeah, I'm gonna just kind of like ask Dion if he could, all right. Well, I'm gonna see if we can't make a phone call. You all should make plans to meet us at this nightclub Dion's managed to pull up. I'm gonna call this professor real quick. You mind hand me her number, bro?
You could just search for her name. She's got an agent.
That works too. You know what? Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna. You know what? I have a better idea than just looking for her number. She has an agent, right? So you mind if I just since she has an agent, I'm just gonna library search or just see if I can check the agent for where she hangs out frequently, like where I could find her this time of day.
Okay.
Or
okay,
and if not this time of day, just where she typically grabs lunch at, or just a place I could pop up on her without it seeming like I was seeking her out.
Okay. Yeah.
You've got a plan.
Oh, I have more than a plan, darling.
Yeah. So you can do a library search for that information.
You got it. You know what? I'm actually gonna not do that. Instead, I'm gonna say, yeah, you know what? I got a plan. Hey, Ma, check out this Professor Selena for a second. See if you can find out where she might hang out. Go lunch, grab dinner, go shop. Right? Somebody's I can pop up on her without seeming too obvious. The rest of you...
Search for her OnlyFans. Oh, boy.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it. Shit, stop making me laugh, people. I'm trying to stay in character. Fuck. Okay. Whew. Okay. So yeah, so
you
that
are still trying to sleep through the entire continent again.
the rest of you, and Fox will, I guess, transmit each of you, say 200 or so eddies if you don't have them. Go buy yourself something nice. Meet me at this nightclub tonight, but don't act like you know me.
He's done it. He's gonna take that money out of his character sheet and
I'll
throw
do
it.
it. What's that? 200 for each of you. That's minus 600. I can afford that. Not a problem.
Right. Let's see.
Where's my inventory?
It's a 12.
I
Okay.
almost offered to put my ring of eavesdropping on you so we could keep tabs on you, and then I was like, oh wait, wrong campaign.
Wrong campaign. Dude, story of my life.
Ring of eavesdropping is just he has an agent. You can do that already.
That's actually pretty accurate.
We are not magic people. We have technology.
Yep.
Anyways,
I would have done that, except I don't want to know anything about Kit's love life.
Hey, listen, you can
It
mute
would
it.
be for this instance only, and it would probably only be me because a ring of eavesdropping requires attunement.
Also, actually, you know what? I would very much appreciate if I could have either Huck or Dion on standby on the agent, just in case, in the event that we have any any shenanigans involved. I'd like to make sure we have everybody there and present. Yeah. Also, because I have to go seem smart to this lady, and I don't know any medical babble, so I'm gonna need to have a wingman on standby.
yeah.
But
Although
Mom, if you'd like to be excluded from that call, you're more than welcome to not be a part of that.
You know, I probably have the lowest coolness score in the party, right?
I don't need you for cool. I just need you to feed me information about medical babble through my agent, so I can seem smart to this lady.
If that's all you need your wingman to do.
Exactly. You're a virtual wingman. It's like every date movie ever, except you're not at the table on the phone with me in glasses and a hat. You're virtually contacting and seeing everything I hear and do, because this is a horrible hell world where capitalism has invaded every part of our private lives and there is no privacy or security or personal space.
Basically, you just need somebody to tell you smart people words.
Exactly. See? He's got it. So you guys go do that. I'm going to go search for her OnlyFans. I'm going to go find out where she hangs out. And get that going.
So I think that with that 12, you can find she mostly just seems to eat at like the university like cafe stuff. She doesn't really leave the university much at all. She just orders stuff to be delivered to her. She is like tenured and respected, so she doesn't really have any problem with like, I don't know, money, or she doesn't need to ask for social status. She doesn't need to schmooze anybody. They couldn't fire her if they wanted to.
Solid. You mean she's top of the charts, you mean?
Also definitely like politically important because she is a Highlander, one of these people who, live in the outer space parts of the world, and if you piss them off, they can drop a metal rod on your city and obliterate it.
There is that. All right, that's all great. More importantly, though, what's she look like?
So I think that, did you want to just find that online, or did you want to see her in person?
I'll see her in person. I mean, assuming we have nothing else to, like, keep up with this group call with. Just, like, we got a plan? Anybody got any questions, comments, concerns? Nope? All right, see you tonight. Break, team. Hangs up.
But yeah, so when you see her, like I said, she hasn't really been seen a lot outside of her spacesuit. It seems like it's pretty stylish, like it's bright red and gold. She does like accessorize with clothing on the outside. It's maybe a little strange to you that she doesn't seem to have any, like she has the helmet on even, like she's in her own contained atmosphere, basically.
That's
I think another thing you notice is that she has, like the suit is designed to be like cyberware, but not fully attached to you. It's an item you can get, and so she actually has like 2 extra arm sockets for like cyberware she can attach, so she has 4 arms at a time.
Interesting.
And yeah, she has 2 arms attached there, and as she is like sitting down, she is reading a book with one hand, sipping coffee with the other, and the other 2 are typing on a laptop at the same time.
And so she's like, I guess like, like, okay, all right. Okay, here we go, folks. So as I kind of approach, I'm gonna make sure my agent's on, make sure I got Huck or somebody else on the line, just like, yo, you hear me through this?
Dion stops him and says, "Just don't piss her off."
I got this, dude. I am a master of seduction. Watch and learn, alright, kid? So Fox will just kind of start creeping up, and just like he'll also just say like, "Ma, if you're on this might be a good time to leave the call."
Link's just doesn't say anything. Just clicks on her cyber deck and leaves.
Fair enough.
You just hear a bloop bloop in response.
Solid respect. All right, so I'm just gonna kind of slowly. Is there like a okay? So is she like, where is she relative to like the place to order coffee in this place? Like how's that go down?
Yeah, I think that this cafe has like an inside part where you order food, and then a outside part where you can like sit. I guess they're seating in both of them. She's on the inside and like a little booth next to a window, so she can see around her and to outside, but she's not like outside where most people are sitting. If that makes sense.
I got it. I figured out the approach. So I'm gonna start walking by, kind of like past her towards like the place where I would order. As I'm getting kind of close, because I can talk in my head without having to say it out loud, I will think through my agent, just, hey Huck, the fuck is she reading? And like kind of like look over so like my eyes can see the book, so we can see what I'm seeing.
And yeah, Huck, you can look at it, and it looks like it is a book on like someone has recently done some sort of study. And this is not like a book. This is like a data pad that is projecting a book. But it seems like it's on like the topic of her expertise of nanomachines. But you can see that with her finger, she's like underlining stuff and making notes, and it's not all very nice about the book. It's a little bit like, that's way too simple. That's kind of wrong. Why are you assuming that? Like she's grading someone else's book.
Papers.
Yeah, but it's definitely not a paper. Like you can tell by like it's got page numbers and like sites. Like it's either someone's
book,
like, dissertation maybe.
Would Huck happen? Would Huck know maybe who? I just need like an author name. Maybe like if you would Huck happen to know that?
I think that's gonna take a
Based
roll.
on what he's describing, it seems like this might be someone's like dissertation. So like it wouldn't be a known figure.
But I mean, you did get a medical degree, and you've been around. You might recognize the person.
Oh,
you
really?
got a medical degree, didn't you? You've been around.
This is some pretty low level I guess, nanomachine stuff. It's like nanomachines as applied to like surgery. It's almost in your wheelhouse.
Oh, what a coincidence.
So I think that you could roll for it. I think that a
Okay.
lot of the nanomachine tech is about that, though. Like, the reason to make a machine that small is to integrate it with the human body better.
Interesting.
So should I roll? Or
Yes, you
can I
should. You
just
should
use-
absolutely
Yeah, I'm
do
just
that.
not exactly sure which one it should be. I don't know if you have the science skill?
I do, but mine is in biology.
Okay.
I don't know if that really counts. I'm a doctor, after all.
Yeah.
That could be tangential if you want to use that. I'm just trying to give you some options for which one you have a higher score in.
Maybe like education
Yeah.
or something.
Sorry, what?
Beg your pardon?
Education, maybe. If you like went to school. Just...
I did.
Education is for
I'm quite
basic stuff.
educated.
Ah, true.
I'm gonna say that it could be biology and it could be your surgery skill.
Okay.
Do. Damn, son. 32.
Wow. Yeah, so you know of this paper, maybe not. You don't know this author, but you've seen this paper. Mostly it was something you had to study, and it's actually been out a while. It is almost a book. It seems like you don't know why she's taking notes on it, but you've read this before.
That is. So, would you have the title, Huck? Like the title of the work?
It is just the way I described it. It is a title of nanomachines as applied to microsurgery. And yeah, you do have like the guy's name.
All right, cool, got it.
Which,
So,
if chat wants to feed me a name because I'm not prepared for
yeah,
this.
I need a name like now. So just somebody throw me a name. Huck, I'm
gonna say
asking you. So
Brenton.
you're on the spot. Unless chat's got it or Huck. Chat or Huck. Hurry up, one of y'all right now. Give me a name. Sufficiently professory sounding name. Go. Jim Faust. Good job. That works. I'm sorry. What? This is why I don't ask
voicemail.
people. This is why I don't ask chat for names. Thank you, Lynx, for actually providing a helpful name. All right, so I'm gonna walk by. So I'm walking towards it. I'm gonna kind of like look over, stop, very very noticeably double take, and just go. Faust's work. You seem incredibly critical.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you roll some kind of social check just to see how much she cares
She even notices
and how
me.
good
I
you
got
are
it.
at doing this.
I got it. I'm on it. Here we go. I'm gonna do. I guess. What am I gonna do? Cause I'll do. Should I do persuasion?
Sure, you can do
Okay,
that.
I got a plus 14 to that.
Waiting for the you actually know what you're talking about.
Yeah, see that actually seemed like I'm really. I didn't mean to do that, but I get 13 plus an additional. Additional 14. So that's 27.
You rolled a d20, my man.
I
Roll
did.
D20,
I'm dumb. That was totally on purpose, by the way.
Got a 13 out of 10.
D20s are not what is in this.
Well, unfortunately, that's a 1.
I
Plus
actually really
14
like
though.
this. So, yeah, we're gonna leave it there
Okay.
because the 14 is you are quite smooth, but she sort of looks up at you and like smirks a little. It's like, are you gonna tell me what you're really doing here and why you want to talk to me?
All right, I'll come clean. I'm a fan. I've been reading a lot of your work / following your career for I don't even know how long now. I just saw you there, was going to get food. I kind of fangirled for a minute, and then I couldn't stop myself from speaking. I'm so sorry. I look dumb. Fox! Nice to meet you. Like, very much trying to seem awkward.
Yeah, okay. I like that. I'm trying to remember what the lying skill is. Is it a performance? Nope. Anyways, yeah, I think she holds her hand out, and she responds, and yeah, Professor Ciliana, excuse me. I need to pronounce that word when someone hands it to me before I say it. Yeah, Professor Ciliana. It's a polite handshake. She still seems to be like giving you a question, sort of look, and you follow my work.
Yeah, I'm so far from a nanomachines expert, but I've been delving into the subject in my spare time. I don't I lack a formal education on the subject, but I've been trying to sort of self-teach in a way, and so I've been following your work and others in the field for quite a while now. I couldn't pass the opportunity to maybe just pick your brain for a few minutes. If you're busy, I totally understand, but I couldn't pass the opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's enough for another sort of persuasion to convince you to talk to you.
You got it.
I like that recovery. That's a good recovery.
Listen. I practice this stuff. All right.
Yeah. Chat, that was a very good recovery. That's good role playing. I like it.
Hiya! Much better than the last roll.
Ooh, much better.
Average is to a 10.
Yeah. It does not average to a 10, actually.
Actually, no, it doesn't.
Yeah. It adds to a 10. So yeah, you see the two hands she has close a laptop and put it away, and then like the two hands that are definitely like the mechanical ones at her back sort of just fold behind her, and she leans back in her chair. This is like a tall table next to a window.
Mm-hmm.
She does gesture to the other one. It's like, well, sure. It's always fascinating when someone who's not part of the university takes an interest in what I do. It's not exactly something that the average person learns about.
I'm gonna mentally send like a finger gun emoji to Dion, just like told you. So yeah, I'm just gonna slide in. Like I'm not fully in the chair, but like enough in the chair that I'm not like awkwardly close to her. But I'm definitely not like I'm not like kind of like leaned forward as if I'm like very interested in the conversation.
You're perked.
Yeah, I'm perked. You know, I'm like right here, just like. Yeah, so my subject matter is certainly just not so much in the directly on nanomachines, but more so much on like their applications. Some friends and I have been digging into thinking about some of the more like, for lack of a better term, I guess legal grounds around nanomachines and their applications. What can they be used for in sort of ethical and moral lines, which I guess is controversial subject matter in these times. But your work's inspired me to think about some of those things.
She smiles, and because you've kind of accidentally bumped up against exactly the thing I was planning on as her specialty, she's like, okay, yeah, that's, I mean, you're familiar with my work, that's what I like to talk about. I'm sure you're aware of the nightclub that's sort of south of here, the Wonderland Club. They have a common, what is considered moral application. They use it as part of their VR booths. It's very difficult for someone who's not cybered up to be able to experience a true full dive VR, and they use a certain amount of nanomachines to circumvent that. It's technically legal in the way that no one's made a law about it. Definitely, I would beg the moral question of how legal should we allow it. There's definitely evidence of people becoming actually addicted to the kind of chemical balance influence one could have on your brain. You could get addicted to that sort of VR fully.
So she like Fox like definitely like holds like the interested face, but in his head he like in the agent he kind of blanches and then says to the friends, is my audio bugging or did she just say Wonderland Club?
It's known for its cyberware VR stuff.
Does Dion know anything about the Wonderland Club?
Oh, don't worry, I do.
Well, yeah, you've been around, you would have heard of it. Partially, and this is one of the big lore changes that I had in the early book, is some of the details about this, because they don't really have a good rocker boy bar in setting.
Yeah, she's not
and so I kind of made that. It's just known for doing a lot of entertainment, especially musical, but also a lot of like hologram illusion type stuff. It is strongly flavored after Wonderland, like Alice in Wonderland. It's also run by someone who used to be a part of the the deck gang, excuse me, that you interacted with last time.
Yeah, remember the ex-boyfriend? Anyway, we'll deal with we'll deal with that in a minute. I'm gonna kind of like check back into the conversation.
I think the thing Dion would be most familiar with, sorry, just as real quick, is the Wonderland Club has a sort of illusionist magician who is both a media and a rocker boy.
Multi-classing, fun.
Yeah, or no, sorry, he's a netrunner and a rocker boy, but you'd be familiar because he's known to do a lot of very big, flashy like holograms around the city, like mocking people. And he's based off the Cheshire Cat. You know his name is Chester, but Cheshire.
That's fun. I like that.
Chester.
All right, so I'll after just like deal with that later. Check back in, and I'll say, it's funny. that club will come up to reference in a bit because it also kind of is included in my work. But this is totally tangential. But I had another question to ask, and it's something I couldn't really find in your work, honestly, a bit more personal. I'm so sorry to ask this. If you don't mind me asking what it is, of course.
Well, I think that might depend on the question, but sure.
Well, you miss every shot you don't take, so... In every public appearance I've seen of you or photo, you're always in your full gear. I know you're a Highlander and from up, and I can only imagine what it's like up there being from down here in Night City, but I've never seen you out of your spacesuit, helmet included. And if you don't mind me saying, you are stunningly beautiful. I guess I'm just wondering why.
It's partially a condition. I'm allergic to many of the common alloys that are used in the neural part of cyberware. This is a good workaround for me. It is partially because the nanomachines I use to work this suit, to make that same connection, like we're talking about, where I'm not cybered up for it, they, by their nature, have to be self-replicating, or I'd have to continually make more, and it would be extremely unethical to allow any kind of self-replicating technology to leave containment. It would be impossible to keep it into one person. Even if it only took the most specific of materials, it would simply reduce how quickly it would spread, but it would spread. And I can't afford, both for my job, but also morally, for that technology to leave this suit.
Someone with morals. Imagine that, folks.
It turns out the Highlanders are kind of the most moral group of people.
In order to remain moral in the dark future, you have to leave Earth. that's how it works. Anyway, so hearing his snide remark, Fox will kind of, again, mentally to the agent, shut up, idiot. More importantly, this condition of hers, could you fix it, and could you fix it fast?
This is
GM, could I fix it?
No. This is
could you
lifetime allergies.
Could you treat it for a couple of hours?
I mean, she could take the suit off. She would just have to big long purge sequence, because she can move without the suit. It's just if she wants to use any cyber at all, she has to have the suit.
Okay. So I guess forget about that then. So, taking all this in, Fox will kind of feign interest and just say, "Oh man, it's like this is meant to happen or something. I'm sorry for freaking out. A couple more questions, and I promise they'll go fast and they'll get out of your hair, probably forever, honestly."
Mm-hmm.
First, I've been trying to figure out a way into the Wonderland Club for a while to talk about and get some more information on things like nanotechnology and its implications and the way it's used. And I know it's been one of the hotspots to go to. The trouble is, it's invite only typically, and I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not maybe the smoothest guy around or know that many people. Which leads me to, and I'm only doing this because you've reacted so positively to my compliment, the harder question. Do you want to go to Wonderland with me tonight?
Oh yeah, there's a sly smile to that. It's like, well, getting in, I want to be clear, you can get into the club technically without an invite, you just can't actually get into any of the fun stuff like the VR.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That
yeah, that's just to be clear. Yeah,
right,
that type of stuff is and I think Fox, if you weren't trying to, or sorry, just Fox, if you weren't trying to specifically get into the VR, you have another angle that would require more lying, but they are also known for their psychedelics, so you do sort of know the bartender there.
Sweet. Yeah. So
he specializes in shrooms and stuff, but you know a colleague when you see one.
I guess I mean I don't know. I don't want to. All right. Let me work that in. I got you. So after having said that, seeing the sly smirk, and say, and not to get too personal, but depending on what kind of a good time you're in, I might know a guy who works there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you, I think, can roll me some persuasion for that one.
Hell
that is a little bit more than that.
So here's another D20 plus 14.
D10.
Or D10, sorry. that thing I actually said. That's a 3 plus 14 is 17.
17's still pretty good. She goes, it's been a while. I could use a little time off, I think.
And I'll promise it'll be a good one.
She does seem to have a look in her eyes, and she's thinking. It's like, I think that I could spend some time to go see my friend Chester.
Look at you all plugged and connected. This'll be fun. Tell you what, I'll get out of your hair now since I've obviously bothered you enough, and I'll see you tonight. 7.
Yeah, I think she puts forward like it's like a hand gesture, and you can now tell that she definitely has an agent inside the suit, letting her like have an internal agent.
Sweet.
And you just sort of see a message pop up to you, that is a like time, and yeah, it is 7, like you say. After you say that, it's when she does this.
Sweet.
Sorry. But it is also like a location that's just like right outside the club. It's like I'll meet you there.
You got it. See you then. Quick wink, and I'll make my way away, and then to my agent go, and that's how it's fucking done, kids. I'll take my applause now. Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm so impressed that you knew who False was. All on your own.
Hey. I appreciate the assist, but let's be honest. Without my devilishly amazing charm, we wouldn't be where we are right now.
Dion doesn't say anything, but you hear his head just hit the desk, which he's done a few times already.
I will take that as approval.
Lynx has had whatever the futuristic version of like headphones.
Didn't you leave the call?
Blaring music at whatever as loud as possible while still on her cyber deck. It's like, what? Is it over yet?
Someone fill her in and let her know we're fine. I'm gonna go get ready for my date. You idiots meet me there tonight.
Foxy has absolutely set up for all of you who are more technologically minded to have probably 2 experts of this technology, like, at the same time that you could interrogate in some way. So I think that's going to be a good opportunity for us to talk about what it takes to look like you belong in this club.
All right, then. It's
So
time for a shopping spree, kids!
I'm looking for the clothing section, but for chat, the cyberpunk system has a whole bunch of different styles, and they don't really have strong mechanical uses, but they have probably soft uses of like, hey, this is the different styles people might have and how they might react to someone wearing the same style. It's very, very good. I really appreciate that kind of thing. So part of the cyberpunk style, and I'm trying to find the word for it in this book, is this very future neopunk sort of look. Of any of the places in the city, this is like the most visually cyberpunk spot.
Oh, I know. I got it. I know exactly what I'm doing. I know. All right. So I know what I'm. All right. So, I guess then. So after we have like our like, thinking like that, you know, I tell after everybody sees that, we think about getting to this club. I'll say, second thought, I don't trust you guys buying your own clothes for this. Let's all meet up and go shopping.
GM, quick question. Do I know
Yeah.
Chester as Scath?
Sorry, say that again.
Do I know Chester as Scath?
Dun dun.
As yeah.
No spoiler.
Scath.
Are we? No spoilers, Michelle. Come on.
I have to look back up that name.
This shit tastes like that's backstory I forgot about. Give me a minute. I'm on it, bosses.
I
say.
yeah, I'm trying to remember where Gath is.
Isn't Scaff like your homie or whatever? I don't know.
It's my handle.
That guy who left the message for her?
Oh no, Scaff is her handle. She's saying, "Do you know?" Like when she as her Netrunner handle. I forgot that. You told me that, and I forgot it because I'm not a smart person. But there we go.
I would say
moment of plot relevance there.
With him, he has this flair for the dramatic because he's effectively a magician and a Netrunner. So I think you've interacted, but he is just so aloof and weird, and like every time you've interacted with him online, he only types in rhymes. Every time you've seen his code, he has just like a million little notes, like he is trying to mock anyone reading it. He's just the most annoying when it comes to his net running. It's just the worst. I think that you probably have been in this club, like the main area, and seen him perform, if only because Wonderland is a pretty good neutral zone for a lot of the battleground, like this part of the battle area. Generally, no one wants to start shit in this club, mostly because the guy who runs security is like ex-military and absolutely will just like shoot you and then not care later.
Facts.
So yeah, I think that Cheshire is his handle, where Chester's his name. That yeah, you do know Cheshire as a netrunner, but I don't think he's very popular as a netrunner. We hit 20 followers. Wow.
Yay!
We sure fucking did,
Oh.
literally just now.
Nice.
Thank you, Radiant Gems, for being our 20th follow. It's also my girlfriend, by the way, if anybody's wondering.
Oh.
Hey!
Thank you! Thank you all so much. Seriously, I cannot believe we're at 20 follows. Like, this is actually kind of, like, bigger than I ever thought this would get. I love you guys so much. Like, I'm actually kind of, like, super PogChamped right now, honestly.
Wait, who was on 19?
Our 19th was Spree, actually, was our 19th follow.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks for following 3 months into modding, asshole.
Yeah, Ollie was yelling at him because he had like just followed us after he's been in our chat a long time. You know, I don't really care about follows that much, but I just thought it was really funny.
Right, no, just fucking you, asshole. He's saving it for a special occasion. Solid.
Yeah,
Can't get mad. All right. So yeah, I guess at some point in the near future, I'll think of, you know what? Know what? I know exactly what we can do to celebrate 20 followers, but I'm not gonna spoil it yet. I'll save it for the end of session today. But I got a thing for y'all. Don't worry.
End of session, chat.
End of session,
Anyways,
chat. So
so yeah,
hang in there. We got a thing.
Yeah. But anyways, like the style for this club is somewhere between like Asia pop is what the book calls it. So it's like bright, costume-like, youthful, which is especially like very much like Cheshire's sort of aesthetic. He's got like, remember those like big rave pants? Remember those things?
Yes.
He's got like a set of that, and then like a sort of very strappy, dramatic like leather jacket.
If you
He's also always, every time you've ever seen him in person, has like a hollow thing set up around him to have his face look like some like large, demented, like hypnotic looking cat thing.
Oh, perfect.
It's definitely not a sculpt. It's just a hologram. And also he has at least 3 different holograms of himself like around the club, and no one knows which one is the real him or not. He's dramatic and he's extra, and it's the best. Oh, hello?
Solid. Okay.
Hey.
So are we still here? We're still,
okay.
we're still here, right?
Yeah, for a second everything cut out.
Yeah. Oh my god, are we all dead? Did we all just die? Is that what happened? Okay, no.
The Winter Storm chat could take out like.
Oh, yo, we
all
never
of-
mentioned that.
and the
I'm so
stream could
sorry.
die.
Yeah, I meant
Uh,
to mention that. So, for the record,
no.
there's currently a winter storm hitting the east coast of the United States, which is where at least 3 of our players live, including the person hosting the stream. So there is certainly a possibility that we just all go out at some point. So if at any point the stream just suddenly ends, I promise you we will do everything we can to make that work and make things, accommodate. But there is a possibility that one or more of us and/or the entire stream just goes down at some point. But hey, we're already like 2 hours in, and we only got 2 more to go. So far so good, I would say. Frankly, I think we're making good tracks. Right. So I know exactly what I want Fox to like put on for like his outfit. I know exactly what I want, because most of the clothes he already has. He's gonna mostly wear like the same kind of pants he already wears. Maybe like it's like some brighter, shinier like shoes that kind of get some holograms on them. He'll bring out his favorite jacket with the kind of like the zippers and like the buckles all over it.
Yeah.
Maybe get some more holograms with some brighter orange put on that. But he'll also get kind of like almost like a Kabuki Fox mask, like a Fox Anbu mask from Naruto almost, but like it's holographic.
Okay.
It's not like a real mask. It's like it just kind of goes over his face.
And is it like a little
holographically.
see-through? Just a little
Yeah,
bit?
exactly. So like he could like
Okay, yeah.
like he can even like swipe it away, like like if he wants to like have someone see his face or whatever. So like that's kind of like his like like other like holographic designs going like all over him, kind of like in like his shoulders and stuff like
Yeah,
that. That's his setup for the day. So when we
Yeah,
go
I
out
feel like-
shopping, I'm looking for that look.
Yeah, I think also Urban Flash is pretty common,
Which
which
is-
is like
yeah.
the extremely cyberpunk stuff, flashy cyber technological streetwear stuff like that.
Yeah, which
And
is
so I
like
think
half
this
of
is
my
Foxy
outfit.
sort of stepping that line between urban and Asia pop, and it fits the aesthetic of this club real well.
Yeah, and that's like my basically look anyway. Like half of my outfit is like is Urban Flash anyway. The rest is gang color. So yeah, I can just adjust some of that.
Yeah.
Let's roleplay going shopping, guys. That sounds really fun.
Oh God, why shopping?
Because we have to look nice. Stop being a
We
prude.
have to-
I mean, you guys think maybe you don't have to, but
I listen.
Okay.
I'm saying we should go shopping.
No, this
You're
is
gonna
me
take a
in
special
character
spree.
saying.
I mean,
3 stores max.
Dion,
Please.
5, and I won't go any for any less.
Dion already he wears Urban Flash, and how much does generic chic fit within the theme of the club?
I think it's colorful. Like that's sort of it's colorful, it's standard, it's modular. I think that means you could you would be making a statement of being a little outside the aesthetic, but that's not a bad thing.
Facts.
Okay.
Oh, that's when Fox will kind of like hook, like, you know, I guess we're on the phone right now. We're not even in person. He'll kind of like, you know, like throw like in him like I'm assuming there's like a bunch more emojis in this throw because emojis just kept going. There's like an emoji of like 2 people where like one guy kind of like arm over him, kind of like, yeah, what's going on, bud? So I sent Dion that emoji and I'm like, oh friend, we're not getting you an outfit, we're getting you a date.
Dion asks, can I just meet you there?
Fine, be a prude. I'm still dragging you 2 along though, he says to Huck and Lynx.
Man, if only the other option wasn't for. Fine.
Listen, hun, I love you
5
and everything,
stores.
but you are not going in that club and that.
Hey, what is wrong with being able to move as much as, like, move and wearing comfortable clothing?
Hun,
Comfortable.
you look fine, but you got no flash. It's not gonna work around here.
Fuck Flash!
We've been having this conversation for how many years now?
I would like actually for Lynx to roll me, and I'm not sure what check this would be, but some sort of like remember the time when.
Oh no. Oh no.
Library search.
Oh no.
No, that's not gonna be it.
Man, if we only had some history somewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at social
concentration,
skills. Maybe. I would also take streetwise, depending on if you want to do well or bad at this. This is not gonna like ruin any game. This is just a memory.
Just a memory.
Yep. If you want to do concentration, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Damn, son.
21.
Okay. Okay. Fun fact, that
See,
21 is with the natural 1, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
With a 1.
The natural 1 makes it a 21. The
Yeah.
9 stuck was the 1. If either of those 10 stuck, it would be like 30.
Uh-huh.
The fuck?
Man.
What the
So-
fuck, Michelle?
So yeah, you're sort of thinking through this event, and you're like, the last time I was there, because you've been there once or twice, and definitely it was harder to get a drink. It was harder to actually like get anyone to talk to you.
Because you got no flash!
It was harder to interact, and yeah, it was like, this is an extremely pretentious club. Everyone seems to be covered in like
'Cause you
neon
got no
holograms and stuff.
flash.
This is maybe like one of the reasons that you just didn't actually get to talk to Cheshire that time. I don't know if you were trying to or not, but he didn't even notice you there. If you're trying to be unnoticed, it would almost be better to be just a little flashy, just like a hair.
You're like a bronze 1 jungler after a bad invade. You got no flash. You got no flash. It's not gonna work. We gotta
No
fix
one
that.
can get that
Alright,
reference
alright.
in 2040s
Get
Night
me.
City.
Just enough flash.
Hey, League was created in like 2009, and Tate said he's playing it as all cultures stayed the same up until 2020. So,
Yeah,
League of Legends
2020
exists.
culture
Or
reference
did exist. League
Look,
did
man,
exist,
there's
and for a while it was the biggest online game played in the world. I can make League references. Fuck you. Alright?
Yeah.
Man, this is why I play support. Okay, Kit, if you can get me kitted out so that nobody will notice the fuck that I'm there.
That's not the point, though! You're supposed to be noticed! That's why! You're not getting
No.
it!
Now, real quick, I think that Lynx has this advantage where you almost don't need to buy new clothing. You could buy a hologram thing and then use sort of like your online persona and hologram it around you. And that would be almost acceptable for this club.
Okay,
It was
alternative option
Kind of
then.
be showing off who you are.
Okay, alternative option then. You don't have to come to go shopping. But what if we go out to go shop and someone shoots at us? Wouldn't you rather be there?
You know, okay, fine, Rickard.
Fox wins again. Let's move.
So, yeah.
I'll meet you
I
guys
think there's-
downtown. Let's go.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few shops at like this sort of the Glen area, and maybe some in the upper marina, but the Glen is mostly where you're going to be.
All right, we'll head to the Glen. It's close.
And
We don't have a
yeah,
car.
what kind of?
We don't have a car.
Okay.
We can't go too far.
I think you guys stole a car. It's like the gas that's
Oh
expensive.
my God,
but you
you're
do
right,
have,
we
like,
did!
a spare one.
You're right. We stole a car. We have a car, guys.
We did.
We're taking the
Gas is
car.
gonna be like a little expensive, so like if you use it too often, it's gonna become part of your like monthly expenses. But using it every once in a while is probably not gonna be a problem.
Listen, I can pay gas charges right now. You can all just refund me later. Don't worry about it. We're taking the car, all right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Mostly because it's a lot harder for us to get shot at if we're in the car.
It's true.
You know, that's fair.
Just saying.
Yeah.
You can get out, see the city. Maybe we run into some fun. Who knows? Maybe a random encounter will happen while we're in the city.
At the amount of time we have before break, we'll see.
That's fair.
But yeah, what I'd like to do is have you guys roll. Someone has to roll either streetwise, trading, or wardrobe and style.
I'm on it. Don't worry about it. I'm on it. It's all good. Here comes a D10 plus 16 by the way, if you were wondering. That's a 6 plus a 16 makes it a 24? No, 22.
22.
I can't do math. Leave me alone.
22.
Big 22.
Yeah, I think that you are aware of some of the better places to get this specific style of clothing.
Solid.
So you,
Respect.
a lot of this does have like little hologram bits in it, so they're kind of customizable. If you know how to hack into them, which Lynx doesn't even have to roll to do that. They're almost made to let you do that, honestly. And yeah, you can find it fairly easily. I just had that chart open as to how much this stuff costs.
You got it, boss. Don't worry about it.
But with that roll, I think that it's going to be a slight discount because you are pretty good at this.
I mean, if you want to like give us like a shop person or something, I'll feel free to like RP this out while you find that. I'll fill the space, you know. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. So now I need to think. What's the better bit?
Hey, what's the better bit? Oh, all right, here we go, folks. I'm ready. Let's get it.
Yeah, so when you go in, it's this, it's a smaller store. You know that those are some of like the better places to shop, honestly.
Fucking corporate
like, a
chain
little more
stores? Fuck that
customizable.
shit.
Yeah, and it's this, I guess he's like average size, almost average build. Like if he was not wearing the clothing he was wearing, this guy running the store would be pretty normal looking. However, he's also dressed in, you think, no less than 3 different styles of fashion.
Word.
Like he's got like a little bit of this generic shit going on, a little bit Asia pop fashion like that. Gone to this place. He's got, he's just like a looking like a generic middle white dude, but he's has his whole head shaved. He has like 3 light tattoos just on his head that make like fake hair.
I like this guy.
That sort of is just like flowing a bit in the wind. It almost looks it looks a little Super Saiyan. Not gonna lie, like
Word.
it's like blonde and spiky and glowing.
I fuck with that as a concept.
Yeah, and he's got like his clothing is all black and in like these weird odd angles, like someone sewed several different clothing pieces together, and then over that there is just a cacophony of somehow interwoven like neon lights of like dragons and all this other stuff. It's very
It's very anime.
it's like a very mess, and he basically needs less lighting in this place because he is lighting up the area in this small store.
I fuck with it. I like that. So where are we in the Glen right now?
And what's wrong with that?
In the Glen.
All right, cool. So I'm not gonna try to be hip or cool or anything, cause fuck this place. I'm just gonna walk in like, just gonna walk in with my friends behind me. Assuming we park the car somewhere relatively safe at least. We'll just kind of pull up, just like, how we doing, fine sir? I need some help for myself and more specifically these chuds back here.
Yeah. He looks at you, looks you up and down, seems to shrug, looks at them, and there's like a frown. He's like, yes, they do need help.
My point exactly. Get them suited up. We're going to Wonderland tonight. Me specifically? I need a jacket. Something black.
There are racks around, and you see him sort of like leave his I almost said desk. Like leave the front counter, and he starts like rifling through a whole rack of this. What looks like just a bunch of almost generic black jackets. And it's as he grabs it, and he sort of like shakes one out that the lights light up. It's like you can't have them on all the time.
Hmm.
I think he says to you because you drain the batteries. And he starts just like going through, and as he holds them, you see various bright patterns light up. He looks at Doc for a minute, and Doc, I don't know that we really described how everyone looks, and I think that would be helpful right now if Huckabee, we know his appearance generally.
Yeah, what you look like?
I prefer comfort over style and function over form. So I tend to go leisure wear with what I wear. So probably not looking the snazziest right now, but
Mm-hmm.
I can move around, and that's what's
Okay.
important.
And then like, what's his like build, skin tone, hairstyle, stuff like that?
That kind of stuff. That's important.
Slightly tan.
Tall, short.
Like what someone who's like has extensive life-saving cyberware installation, what kind of build they would have.
I think it's kind of however you choose to
Yeah.
have. I mean, as part of your background of you had one of the last full body conversions before that didn't become necessary due to cloning. It can be basically how did you want to build?
In that case, lean but muscular build, because that's probably how, if I got to choose, that's probably what.
Yeah, it's like a very ideal generic design, I guess.
Alrighty.
Hunchback from grinding all your life. Yeah, so I think he looks you up and down, and he appraises, and he's like, okay. And he asks you, is there a particular aesthetic, or is it dealer's choice?
Are you is he asking me, or is he asking?
Sorry, to Huck. Like, is it dealer?
Just something that will make me fit in at a Wonderland.
See, I think he rifles around for a bit, and then he presents you with. Yeah, I think he gets like some pants and a jacket that still mostly will let you move around fine. They just have extra like belts and things around. And as he sort of holds them up, there's this. It almost looks like a geometric holographic pattern around it. Like someone has shown the engineering line for these jackets that someone might have done on a sketch pad, but they're just like hovering around the jacket.
That's cute. I like that. I'm a fan. Fit you, Doc.
It's like, this will probably fit.
Yeah,
I think you realize that it's going to fit you almost perfectly, like size-wise. Like he didn't even need to adjust it. He's like, "Yep, I got this."
He's just good like that. He's got it. He's got it. You know.
But also, yeah, you picked a body that is kind of ideal, standard size. I'm sure, like a size whatever. There is a standard clothing size that just fits you easily. You probably did that for convenience, because then you don't have to get anything tailored.
All right.
Yeah, then I think he looks at Lynx and same question, dear. A specific aesthetic or dealer's choice?
Don't ask her that question. Just pick for her. Fox walks over and says,
No, I'd like to hear from her.
Well, besides color, black and orange, I guess.
Hey!
Otherwise, I really just, honestly, if I could just blend in the shadows, that'd be great. But apparently I have to stand out at this Wonderland Club, so I guess your choice then.
I would say trying not to stand out was what would make you stand out. Personally, I'm just saying.
I fold my arms into my yukata sleeves and I'll just give Fox a look. Just.
Yeah. Glare all you want. I'm helping you out.
Yeah, you do have your cyber deck on you, right?
Never, just like pokes it. Never leave without it.
Like, is there a specific aesthetic you do while you're in there? He like points at it. A creature, a thing, a face.
Well, I do tend to take after my name's namesake, Scath, guardian of the Land of Shadows.
You'll have to actually explain to him because I'm not as familiar as to what scath looks like.
What the fuck's a scath?
I think you can project like an image on your cyber deck, and you can just describe to the class what that might look like.
To the
Just a little.
class. Please enlighten us.
Okay.
You can also send me an image, and I could roll with it if you have just a picture. But
Yeah. No. Man. So Scath, like, Scath is sort of shit. She's kind of got like a
Sort of shit.
dark black, almost black armor plating over her body. It's pretty flexible looking. Hair pulled back into a ponytail, right? And like everything's covered in sort of like, I guess, glowing red runes, like Celtic specific runes.
okay.
God, why are you such a weeb?
Hey, if I'm going after the Celtic mythology, gotta.
I think he considers sort of looking at this image. Goes, okay.
Stop being weird. You're scaring the hosts.
He sort of rifles around, and I think what he finds is not actually like something you'd have to replace your normal clothing with, but it's like a sort of, I don't know, it's almost like a backpack harness and then like a sort of belt pouch thing that sort of goes down around your legs. It's like a little skirt belt deal that has pockets in it. And when he sort of shakes these, those same, like a similar aesthetic of runes shows up. I think he only has it in like a blue, but it projects those runes sort of around your body.
Doesn't look half
It
bad.
even comes with pockets.
Yeah, I think that he's very much is like, yeah, these belt skirt things are very popular. For whatever reason, a lot of pants that we find from before when we had like clothes manufacturers don't have pockets in them, and I don't understand why. So we sell these a lot.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wow.
Look at that. Modern problems require modern solutions.
Yeah.
All right, good sir. While he was like helping them out, I just come back with this kind of like, you know, like it's like it's not so much a hoodie. It's a hoodie almost, but like it's designed to kind of like arc up right behind the head, but like stop there almost. And like the inside of it kind of like glows like a neon with like some cool patterns or whatever. I kind of just come up with that, and I'm like, all right, we got them set up. I'm gonna need this, sir, and a fox mask if you can do the holographics for it.
Like, okay. He does have like the holographic masks are basically just like a little, you know, those headphones that are like sit on your neck and then the bits come out.
Yeah.
It's like that, but a holographic projector instead.
Cool. So yeah, I'll pick up those. Have everyone put their shit on the counter, and I'll go. All right, ring me up, boss. I'll look back at them and say, I'll pay for this, but don't worry, you'll make it back to me earlier or later.
It's like, what? Masks are possible?
Yeah, they're like holographic ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that comes out to normally you think that the 6 pieces would be anywhere between 600 eddies and like 400 eddies, and I think it's going to be on the lower end of that because he is sort of you have found a place that is smaller and doesn't have quite as high of prices because this is all like scrounged up secondhand stuff he's modified himself.
All right. I'm comfortable paying like a solid 350 eddies for this stuff. I'll try to negotiate them down if I can.
Okay. Yeah, then roll me that negotiation.
Yeah, I got an ability for that. It's like a D10 plus my cool plus something else. I think it's my persuasion.
Yeah, you have the
operator ability, right? The haggle.
Yeah, the operator ability where you can haggle.
I'll look it up. Give me a second. Shouldn't take me too long. I say it's gonna take me like 40 minutes, but it shouldn't. Don't worry. What is
Better
it?
not. We got like 13.
Right? Here we go. I think I found it. Hold up. Soul in the machine.
Yeah.
Rolls.
Haggle is cool plus trading plus skill.
Cool. All right.
That's right. It's cool plus trading skill plus your operator rank plus 1d10.
All right. So here comes the d10. I'll just roll that, and then my operator rank is 4. So that will be 4 plus my trading skill, which I think is I should know this. 12. So 4 and 12 is 16 plus my cool is another
22.
8.
Oh.
So that would
wow.
be 16, 22, and then plus the 6 I rolled, so 28.
All right, and then this man, he's also going to roll a d10 because that's how this works. I almost typed in d20 also. You should know. Oh yeah, he gets taken in. I think he actually is quite enamored with this concept of, oh, he's coming in to help his friends get the club, like, look good. Oh,
yeah, man,
and he is very easily taken in by your I'm here to help them, and it's gonna be great, and thank you so much, and you're very complimentary.
It's all a facade. So, it's all a ruse.
Yeah, I think you can get away with like 325 eddies if you wanted to.
Hell yeah, I'll take that.
About half of what they actually cost.
That's super easy deal. I'll take that, no problems. Now I'm at 1525 eddies left in my account.
And yeah, I think he leaves you he hands you one of the business cards like on the counter, and it's Harry's Hollowware is the name of his place. He's like, you come back. We might find some fun stuff for you.
I'll take the card, give him a wave, and I'll head off. As we head off, literally without looking back at them, I'll just kind of turn back and I'll say, Mama, Dion, give me the money back I gave you earlier for clothes. Huck, you keep yours. You'll need it later.
All right.
So I'll take the 400 I gave those two back. But I'm letting Huck keep the 200 I gave him because he'll need it later. Don't worry. You'll know why.
Bad feeling about this.
Friend, when has one of my plans ever gone wrong?
Would you like the itemized list?
Later, not right now.
It's to pay the hooker.
Hey, I have a date. Excuse me.
I assume for Huck is what he meant.
Oh, yeah, that too. Hey, listen, man, you gotta unwind, all right?
Yeah, we're about 10 minutes to break, so maybe we actually take the break a bit early.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And we can start up with you guys arriving at Wonderland.
You got it. So we are going to take I'll even give ourselves a slightly longer break than normal since we are taking it a little bit early. So we'll be back at about, I'd say somewhere in the neighborhood of like 4:05. So we take about a 10-15 minute break. You guys can feel free to get up, stretch, hit the bathroom, grab a snack, check in with your partners if you need to, stuff like that. Tend to any other physical, biological needs. And we will be back in just a few minutes. All right, loves? Y'all be easy. We're in.
Hey, chat. Hey, Twitch.
What up,
We're
chat?
back.
We're back. Heard you missed us. Let's pick back up right where we left off, I guess, huh?
Yeah. So,
now that we've
you
acquired
guys...
the drip,
Still at the clothing shop.
we've been dripped up. Now let's get into it.
Yeah, I think we can easily cut to that night when you can get to the club. In the sort of time between, I think Doc, you're probably trying to get a hold of the Golden Agers and be like, "Hey, I need to talk to you," because they are probably infected with these nanomachines, just like a little.
Right.
But you don't seem to be able to get a hold of them. Is sort of the way that goes. So you've like left them messages like, "Hey, we need to talk. I need to help you with something. It's about the machine, however you want to word it."
Put your moral compass aside, Doc. It's time to flash.
But yeah, it's later in the afternoon. It's like getting close to. It's early nighttime. It's when the club starts really starting, I guess. Oh, I can't speak right now. What is going? And I think you guys said that 3 of you, everyone but Foxy, will arrive at the club a little earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Down here in South Night City. So what I'd like to do is sort of set the scene of how this club is like.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a line. I think you guys get there early enough that it's not so much, and today is not a day where it is as busy as it might. They don't have like a big headliner. You enter, and I think the main sort of musical thing that's happening is they have a dedicated DJ. His name is White. He's got a history. He's known. He's kind of a jerk, and he's keeping people entertained. And then they also have an unknown band that you're not familiar with that they call Mid-State Blues is the name of their band. It's this guy with like a saxophone and like a voice modulator, so there's a bunch of different sounds. And then this one girl with like a big sort of, it's a guitar, but it's a guitar with a bunch of extra attachments that she can also change like the voice pretty easily, as well as like pitch and stuff. Instead of having pedals, it's like all in the instrument. And it's this duo act. You haven't seen them before, but they've been around, I'd say. So it's not like an unknown. It's not a big band. It's not as much going on. When you enter the club, it is a lot of dramatic blue and purple lighting. There's like a central bar and then like seats to the far side from where you enter, and then an upper area that that's where the VR hologram stuff goes. And it's also like little dedicated booths for if you just want to get high as shit and then chill.
Hell yeah.
They'd be in there. And then there's also some like high tables right at the edge of the railing in that upper section, because you can see that upper section. And I think you would all sort of notice that you see the same guy like 4 times in that Cheshire.
Yeah, of course.
And I'd like... Oh, sorry?
Oh, sorry. No, I was seeing this thing. Of course we saw him, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Lynx, one of the things you would notice if you... I don't know how often you like tentatively do like that search feature as a netrunner, like to see where access points are.
I mean, let's do it.
Yeah, like, because that will never get you in trouble, and sometimes it's just good to know where they're at. Yeah. Well, they're actually made to be pretty easy to find here. There's several access points, it seems, for the lighting, even for, like, the AV, like, air conditioning, and you're really not sure why. Like that. But also, you can sort of tell because you can peer into these rooms a little. Cheshire has just added a bunch of, like, neon graffiti into these places that are like, I dare you. I absolutely dare you. Please make my day and mess with these systems. There's several what looks like limericks of a rude nature to that effect of like, I will absolutely wreck your shit if you attempt to do this. He's an arrogant son of a bitch. Of
course. Gotta have it that way.
A lot of the neon graffiti is just his sort of like cat face that he does, just like peering at you. He's also definitely gotten the color of all these like graffiti neons to match the lighting of the club. So like he's got an aesthetic and he's keeping to it.
Listen, it's all about the aesthetic, okay?
Yeah.
Right, so...
Curiosity killed the cat.
Oh wait, so are we outside the club or are we in right now?
I think that you 3 get in early and it takes you a while, but you can get in pretty easily.
Cool. So
like I said, it's not a big night, so there's not like a cover charge as much, and you get in early.
All right. Let me know
George.
when we're heading into like the me being outside the bar. I got music and stuff. I can make that work.
Oh yeah, I think this is about. I mean, unless you three want to do something to post up specifically, like any kind of checks you want to do. Otherwise,
You got a squad W. All right, post up. G stance.
Stance.
The idea of Huckabee attempting to do.
He's just gonna. Hey,
Post
you
up
know, I had to
alert.
do it to him. All right, here we go. I got some outside club music. There we
Like,
go.
what?
Y'all won't be able to
is
hear it, but it's
post
there.
up? Someone
Yeah, the three-
explain to me.
The three of you who are like the least cool gangster-ish are like, how do we
Hey,
do
Dion's
that?
got like 7 cool. He could handle this. Listen, just follow Dion's lead. He's the coolest person among you. You got the he's got this. All right.
Doesn't he spend most days like cooped up in his room writing stuff?
He does so much. Just
So do
internet
I, and I'm
fishing
kind of
about
cool in real life sometimes. I'm funny on Twitter. Shut up. Anyway.
He's,
He's put a lot of
he's,
time.
he's as cool as Rorschach.
Oh
it.
no.
Oh, no.
He's put a lot of time into studying how cool people act, and eventually,
It's like me in real life.
Familiar with the concept.
Is it faking it if you have done it a bunch of times and you learn how to do it?
It's convincingly
I think-
faking it.
He's
That
role
sounds like the
playing.
making it part of faking.
Exactly. You fake it until you make it. It sounds like you've made it.
He has made it.
All right.
It hasn't changed his personality, but he's still pretty standoffish.
All right. Well, so I guess we're outside this club. I'm now out there. I'm gonna like kind of be standing there like kind of like chilling out, but I definitely have like my mask on, like all my holograms going, just so I can draw a little bit of attention to myself.
Yeah.
And I'm like kind of
Selena-
like leaning against the wall, maybe even like puffing on the L or something,
I think that you could roll me a not human perception, but like, trying to notice details in the crowd around you, real quick.
That would probably.
I'm trying to think of what skill that would be.
A regular perception, which I'm not as good
I
at.
guess so, yeah. Sure.
All right, here comes a D10 plus 9. That's a 2, so it's an 11.
Yeah, you're just sort of looking at the crowd around you. No one's a danger, although they are sort of noticing you. And that's why it's surprising to you when a woman walks up to like your side and like a sort of gentle hand-on-shoulder gesture, and you look at her and you realize you did not recognize Selena or Selenia. I can't. I gotta.
Stiljana.
I like Siljana. I think that's how we're pronouncing
Siljana.
that from now on.
That's
Siljana's
how I
fun.
pronounce it.
We're going with that.
Siljana, but like not in the suit you were expecting. She has what looks like a super high-collared dress that, like no sleeves, but it's just straight all the way down, and you can tell that she has what maybe are like high boots. It's all in sort of a like shimmery gray, and there's just these like the holographic patterns around it seem to be like stars, like a starscape.
So,
And she's not in the suit. She's not in her suit, and in fact, she's almost unrecognizable out of the suit.
all right, got this. 31-liner. Here we go. Okay, so hand on my shoulder. I'll turn and I'll a couple seconds of silence, and then I guess eventually I'll like a swipe and like my mask kind of like digitize away, and I'll kind of look at her, offer a smile, and say, "You should not be out right now. Stars might get jealous."
Yeah. Let's. Man, there really should be a persuasion for that. That seems so basic instead of
Hey,
what
listen,
you just did.
I had to go with it. It's meant to be cheesy. Do you understand? The first 31-liner is supposed to be cheesy. That's the point. Listen. This is a craft. It's a science.
Can you get like a -5 and whenever he rolls? Just
Your mom can get a -5. How's that sound?
Just from the cheese.
I'm
like,
so sorry. That wasn't
oh.
necessary at all.
Have him roll another one, like he rolled a nat 1.
Yeah, I don't know, but I guess that would be. We could just keep going with persuasion if you'd like.
You got it. I've been rolling high on these mostly so far. Here comes the D10. That's a 2, which is not high, but thankfully it's plus 16 actually. So that's gonna be the 18.
18.
Yeah, so it does make her smile. She does like.
Smooth
That was cheesy, but
as fucking silk. Get bodied, okay?
Yeah.
Everyone who doubted me, all the haters, everyone, get bodied, okay?
But yeah,
No, it
she
sounds like
smiles,
more of
and
a
I think
pity
her,
laugh to me. Pity smile.
but I
Again,
think her response is, once you've lived with the stars, I think you realize that it's very impossible to make them jealous. But thank you.
I guess you know more than me, huh? How's the night finding you?
Well, it's pretty good. I don't often get out, and when I do, I try not to make it too noticeable that I'm out. And I think you've realized, gesturing at the hologram, the best way to not be noticeable is to be noticed for something else.
You got that right. Glad you've been having an okay night. Tell you what, if I can't make it
It's
better,
just starting.
Tell you what, if I can make it better, you have to call me tomorrow.
We'll see.
Well, madam, and like super dramatic bow gesture towards door.
Yeah. I think if like as you're walking in the front, the bouncer, sort of like just like a big dude, definitely cybered up for strength, is gonna stop you, but then notices date and actually waves you in
Got
ahead
that
of the
right,
line.
boss. I'm with the lady.
He just sort of grunts. He says, "Thank you," to it, like she knows him, like hand on forearm. Thank you, and they walk in. The hostess, name is Mara. She sort of greets you and lets you know what like the show is going to be, and gestures to like the various seating you could take. Like she also knows, and then sort of gives you a little chip, like it's a little card almost, but too small for that. She says, this is for VR, for one of the VR booths if you would like to use it. Compliments of Cheshire. And you see one of the holograms you assume, or maybe it's the real one, from like a booth. There's like 3 people on top of him, like he's just lounging, and sort of
living.
salutes.
Yeah, that man's living. Also, he'll turn and kind of. So Fox will turn and kind of look at her and say, "I heard you were connected, but."
Well, I've only been here a few times, but it feels almost like a family.
I can't imagine why. Fox will say, kind of like just glancing around at the various characters available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see the bartender, true to form for Wonderland, has just the most massive, weird-looking top hat.
Of course, it's a requirement. Like hits the ceiling of something.
The
Doug Dimmadome hat.
It's almost, but like more top hat, less cowboy hat.
Love it.
I think you do notice, because you do have a pretty good human perception, that there is like one guy not dressed up for club, and that he's just sort of sitting in the back, and he definitely looks like he's in tactical military gear. He's like a bigger guy, bald head, and he's just like watching everything very closely.
That's security.
You would know that he is probably Dumas. You haven't met the guy, but he's a very scary guy.
I don't like scary people, not unless I'm sleeping with them.
But yeah, you're sort of free to move where you will.
All
That's the scene you see.
I will effectively kind of like gesture towards sort of towards the VR booth, and I'll sort of say like, well, we could go right for the fun stuff, or if you need to get a little bit more plugged in before the festivities begin, there's always over there, point to the booths where people are getting really high. I'm obviously like inclining towards like that's where I'd rather be right now, but not so much imposing.
Like, well, we could always talk to the Hatter and see what we can get. And she actually goes towards the bar really quick, like gestures towards it.
Guess that works too. Let's see what's going on.
So yeah, you don't know this guy who is the Hatter by any other name than the Hatter, but you do respect his work because he's like the guy who arranges for what various hallucinogenics and drinks they're going to have. This is probably slightly nicer alcohol than you are to, and would probably be a little expensive for you to really indulge in. But when it comes to the hallucinogenics, you think you could probably talk him down for something cheaper.
Right. So
You
how
are
about
colleagues?
Here's what we'll do. First thing I'll do: walk up. I'll buy us both whatever drink she feels like she needs. I don't drink this expensive shit, so I don't know what's good. But whatever she gets, I'll just ask for 2 of those.
Okay. Yeah, I think she. I think she asked for a drink that's called the King Caterpillar, and it's kind of like an edgy name. The name comes from like a hacker that existed in the world that
Exciting.
was extremely like not well liked. Like he endangered a bunch of people's lives, but it's on brand, and it's like a little bit of a dark reference, I guess, for a drink.
So what's this thing called again?
King Caterpillar.
I thought so. I had to make sure I had that right. All right, so I'll walk up, nod at Chester, Hatter the Hatter, nod at him and just say, 2 King Caterpillars if you don't mind.
He just seemed to like understand who's really ordering this, and like the head nod, or the hat like a wonk wonk, even it's a little nod. And yeah, it's like one of those flute glasses, like the really tall champagne ones, but the drink is like green and it's not bubbly. It's got like a thing floating in it, like a orange peel.
So I'm gonna, I'll take my drink, offer a quick toast, maybe say something cute. I don't feel like figuring that out right now. And then as I like go for my sip, since like my head like face is obscured, I'll kind of like look around and see if I can see where my friends are.
Yeah, I think that's still a regular perception.
You got it. Let's hope this one doesn't suck. D10 plus 9. That's an 8, which is better.
Ooh.
That's 17.
Yeah, you see them.
Sweet.
I'd have to ask the other 3 players, where did you decide to post up?
Yeah, well, we all at?
There's booths on the base level. There's standing tables near the hollow, like the VR booths and the private booths people use to get high.
Well, Dion is alone at a standing table, drinking something not bottom shelf, but not something expensive.
Yeah, you're looking for a cheaper drink here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll keep track of that, and we can off-screen decide on how much but it'll be fine.
Word.
So yeah, so you're alone, or the other 2 somewhere close by, or? I believe that the plan that you guys have
According to the plan, I would recommend you both stay near Dion so you don't do anything stupid or cringy. Nothing personal, just a suggestion.
Well, I'll Lynx will be sticking by Huckabee.
Well, Huckabee was probably also going to be at the standing tables, so we're probably all just near.
All right, so I'll notice my friends, kind of not too far. I won't say anything to them, just noticing that they're there, so I can know like, where they are when it's time to enact the plan.
Yeah.
Take my drink back down, and I don't know. I guess just like spend a few minutes just like kind of chatting her up for a bit. The game plan here is because I'm going for I'm trying to make a good impression here. So I feel like a few minutes in, I'll just kind of be like, gotta say, this is not my kind of party. Do something a little bit more, I don't know, intense, fun. You?
Well, you stick around for a little while, and if you have the right food, you have the right drinks and other things, I find Cheshire's shows to be pretty intense.
Other things sound fun. You want to do some of those?
Oh, maybe a little. But we probably want to time it right. Let's get some and then wait for when the show starts.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And I'll kind of just like wave the Hatter over.
Yeah.
And then I'll kind of just go, let's see. What's a fun like party drug name? Let's see. Let me think of something off the top of my head. So yeah, he'll come over and like I'll kind of like mention that we're looking for like something a bit more fun, and I'll just be like, I haven't had crazies in a while. You have any of those hidden around?
You see a mock like question like, do I? And he sort of like flicks his wrist out like he's trying to also be a magician of some kind.
Of course.
And it's these just like 2 little, you would almost assume they're acid tabs if you didn't know what they were. Actually, like
we're getting tabbed up, folks.
Yeah, but it's more like what's it? That stuff DMT where it like doesn't last super long.
Yeah. Right. Don't ask how we know this stuff, by the way, guys.
Don't do it. It's bad.
Drugs are bad. do drugs in Minecraft. Anyway. That's it.
Anyways, no, so it's like it's almost made for this sort of thing where you're like, I don't want so messed up.
Fair enough. So yeah, I'll
yeah, absolutely, 2 crazies.
And also, what's the price on those?
I think that he is considering. He's trying to get you to offer first, but if you're not going to, he'll give you a price.
I mean, I guess
you
whatever
can roll negotiation now, or you can.
I'll roll it now for the sake of like I'll roll it now, and the offer I'll go for is like just like whatever I can get my whatever I can, the lowest I can get it to. I'll roll it now.
Mm-hmm.
D10 plus that huge big number. It's like 20 something.
Mm-hmm.
It's a number over 20 plus 3.
Yeah. I'm not seeing the dice show up yet. Oh. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find where the prices for drugs, because there's drugs in this game.
There are. Most of them are like either like 20 EB or 50.
Yeah.
For a single dose.
I think this is pretty specialized, so it's closer to the 50 mark.
I'm fine with that.
But with a 23, I think that you can get that down by like more than half. You could get that to the 20.
Sweet.
Per dose.
So yeah.
So I think that's probably what you suggest. I don't know.
So yeah, I'll just like flash like a 40 EB cred stick and kind of like just like pass it to him.
I think he considers for a second. And he's like, you know what? For an old friend, sure. Or for a colleague, sure.
You
but
know it.
The next shipment you get of some of your stuff, we're gonna get some.
Oh, we'll talk.
Yeah?
Don't worry.
We'll be on top of that list of who you call.
You know it.
Yeah.
So then
it's a smile, suspicious look, but yeah. He's like,
Yeah. As he says this, I'll look back at Professor Silyana, who is probably a little bit confused, and I'll just kind of say, what can I say? I do a bit more than just med tech stuff, than just biomechanical stuff, I guess.
Huh. She doesn't seem like up, but she's just surprised, like,
hang out with me long enough, you'll see all kinds of wild stuff.
You know, that's one of the things I've been looking into, is how these various substances affect nanomachines.
Well, then we have some very long conversations ahead of us. And I'll kind of like jokingly toast the tab as I just like drop it.
Yeah.
And so I guess we'll just buy a few more minutes. I'll chat her up, maybe see if I can get her a bit more conversational about, I don't know, her personal life or some other innocuous thing.
You can roll some conversation if you just want more details.
Yeah. Let's get that going. I have a +10 in conversation. I didn't put a whole lot of points in that because I didn't feel like it.
Because it's an empathy skill and not a cool skill.
Exactly. It's, who has empathy? It's lame. But I got an 8, so it's an 18.
18. Yeah, I think that she's easy to talk about her life. Like, she specializes in this nanomachine stuff, partially because even from a small age she knew she had this allergic reaction to most cyberware. I think that she can throw out like a bunch of names of different like schools and I guess satellite cities of these actual satellites that are where people live in the upper atmosphere for these Highlanders, but none of them really, like, you don't know any of the names or nothing that really clicks for you. I think a lot of the details she has of just she was super fascinated as to the many, like, how these nanomachines could become like a biological thing, how they could influence a biological. It's sort of it's the thing that really gets her excited, and she talks a lot about some of these scientific details that you're just like right over your head.
Right over my head. But in an attempt to keep conversation empathetic, this is, I guess we'll get a bit personal here, and I'll not lie for a moment. I'll say, totally random and not a thing I talk about, but as far as I know, my ancestors are Highlanders. I don't know how many of them are up there, or if they know anything about me, but I've always wanted to go. Unfortunately, I've been stuck down here all my life. I can't imagine what it's like living up there in the stars.
Well, it feels detached from this world. It feels like its own place. A lot of my people, our people, don't really know where their old family and friends went when we finally took the Highlands for ourselves. So it's not as uncommon as you'd think. It's unfortunately some of the people in charge, some of our own leaders, are hesitant to just allow outsiders to arrive. It takes a lot of work to allow someone to come back up.
Can't imagine why, he says, very sarcastically, obviously.
Yeah. And for chat and players, the Highlanders have effectively had to take over these satellites that used to be owned by corpos and now are the only ones in charge there.
Yeah,
they lived in 0G. They were better at it than everyone.
Yep, they're pretty damn cool. And so Fox will kind of just like, a bit, and after letting her like give her spiel off, will kind of just like raise his glass again and say, "To where we come from."
To the stars.
And then we quick sace, and I'll say, "Well, since we're being so honest, I guess I might as well come clean, huh?"
Raises an eyebrow.
The truth is, I have a bit of a self-interest here I didn't share. Associates of mine are very interested in some, let's say, business dealings involving around nanotech. They wanted to meet me here, but on the condition that I could maybe find someone with a bit of interest. I wasn't planning on bringing you, obviously, and had the convenience of running into you randomly in the day and couldn't help but take the opportunity. Trust and believe that I didn't bring you here for that. I'm incredibly lucky to have you here, but if you had the time, you mind meeting them?
Yeah, so roll me some persuasion.
You got it. There's a thing I'm good at again. No ones, please. That's not a 1. That's a 17.
17. She seems to think about it for a second. And it's like, well, if they're the kind of people who would arrive here, I don't imagine they'd be too stuffy and annoying. And I can always ask my friend Dumas to kick them out if they become too horrible.
No,
she
babe,
is like a little.
Sorry, go ahead.
She's like a little off-put about the idea that you're like. You don't think that she really buys that it was 100% an accident, but she's willing to go with it for now.
In response to that, I'll just say, "Now, do you really think I'd bring you any trouble like that, babe?" And kind of like cute, like folksy smile.
Yeah. I don't think she really has a response to that.
Of course not.
But let's meet them.
So yeah, I'll just kind of like get up, wink her, say, "I'll make it worth your while later if you don't mind," and like hand us, like offer a hand over towards like where my friends are. I'll even like do like the take her arm date style and like walk on over to where you three are. Offer Huck a quick like nod and be like a wave of the hand. Take a seat next to him and just say, "Waiting long?"
Sorry, talking to me or Huck?
Huck specifically.
No, just making ourselves comfortable.
I can see. You been well, friend?
I'll be more well once this whole thing is resolved.
I can hear that. Like obviously, it's like eyebrow raise. In that case, I won't hold you too much longer, gentlemen and lady, nodding to Lynx. Professor Ciliana, leading expert in biomechanics and nanoengineering, and also my date for the night, if you hadn't noticed.
No, that's from you, Bobo.
So what I would like from everyone sort of at this table, or at least the people who are going to be talking, is some human perception to sort of get a feel for your best move forward.
I honestly, now that I've made the connection, I think this is the part where Fox gets a little quiet because they'll be talking about big words soon, and I don't want to seem stupid. 19 and a 14 are our results so far.
And then, Dion, you don't have to do human perception if you're not going much to the conversation, but you definitely have an opportunity to roll whatever kind of intelligence gathering you would like.
You all right there?
It looks like his sound has cut out because I cannot hear Joe.
Right, sorry, I forgot. I turned up the
Did you mute yourself because you were chewing?
that was a secret. But a library search probably wouldn't make sense, would it?
It depends on what you're trying to search for.
I mean,
You could like search on your own. I think do you have an agent? I'm trying to remember.
We're now inside the club, so
Yes,
let's switch to different music.
I'm pretty sure I do.
Yeah, so you can sort of, under the table, look at your phone and search up something if there's a specific detail or like a thing you think you would be able to find on the net.
Sure, I'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah, just what are you looking for?
Any I can use to get a feel of what to talk about, I guess. Conversation topics.
Okay, so you're gonna try and look into Ciliana.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that.
Kablam!
Plus 12 is 17.
Big numbers.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I think as a media, you're to what she writes about specifically in like her papers, you can kind of respect the very strong anti-corporate, like, hey, should we let corporations use this extremely invasive technology? She has a whole thing on like, if we don't batten this down, what if they started putting ads into our brains? It's like a thing you could do. I've done it. It's actually not hard to put images into people's brains using technology. And you're like, I can respect that. I guess that cynicism towards corporations. You're like, that seems healthy. So she's definitely like anti-corporate.
Nice. Just like everybody else here.
If you're not anti-corporate, you're probably a bad guy.
You're playing the wrong game.
Or you're playing a bad guy campaign. Right?
That's true. You could like be like a capitalist and play this game like unironically as like a bad person and just like that be your thing.
Mm-hmm. Not here to tell people to play the game. Just on this game is not designed to make you the good guy. If you
maybe
anyway.
Said it 37 years after the one after where this one's yet. So.
Yeah, that'd almost be a really good spot to. Nope, we're not going to talk about it. It's about it'd be like something 70. No. Anyways, yeah, I think that's one of the things you mostly notice. You also see that part of her research, like you can see her get more and more critical of that and more talking about theoretical stuff the longer she's been down here. She's been working as a professor here for like 4 or 5 years. So yeah, and she does have papers from before, but it's much harder to get at because it's only the ones that you can like. It's only the data she has brought with her. You kind of have to request to get stuff from outside the city, if that makes sense, even data-wise.
Huh.
So you can't like do that right now.
Alrighty, so
I think that's what you get, and then Doc and Lynx, as you are sort of just trying to get a feel for her. One of the things you notice that I don't think Fox has noticed yet is the like dress she has. It is a kind of suit. Like there is some sort of containment unit, I think was what Doc would notice, on the back that is shaped like her back, but from what your understanding of like the nanomachine technology she used, it's maybe just like a more limited version of her suit there. I think Lynx, you would definitely notice that she is. I guess you'd both notice she is a little wary of you. Like she's go, but she seems like more comfortable in this environment than you would have thought. Like she knows that she can escape this conversation if she needs to.
All right, good luck, idiots. Don't screw this up.
Yeah, I think Lynx, the last thing you would notice, especially if you've still done that search and you can still kind of see the net running sphere, is with the 14. You think that?
Hey Lynx, Timmy Tim 96 in chat says she loves your says that they love your mask. By the way, I should mention.
Hey, thanks.
But yeah, Lynx, I think you would notice. You think that Cheshire is listening in using something. Like there's like a little bit of a neon like cat face that you just noticed it's looking at you when it wasn't before, one of these feeties. And it's difficult to describe a sort of section of air that just is wiggly. Like someone is maybe using holograms to make that space look empty, and it's in a nearby booth. Which is pretty advanced hologram stuff, honestly. Generally, holograms don't look like a real thing unless you try really hard and exactly the right lighting, but I think this might be that environment. So, just a detail to note.
Solid.
Anyways.
Okay.
Alrighty.
She's wary of us.
A little. She doesn't know where this conversation is going.
So that's up to you guys now. I've done my part. Trust me. Good luck.
Salve, Professor. You are an expert in nanotechnology. How
You got this.
This is tough when you can barely talk to people in real life.
You got this. Don't worry. It's practice.
How much can you tell me about potential applications for nanotechnology?
Well, they're basically limitless. If you're asking about my expertise, I think that their greatest potential use is to recreate the kind of genetic experimentation we did with viruses before it became proven to be too volatile, too dangerous to really be applied. It's also a technology that has not yet been weaponized as much by various world governments, so it might have a chance to be less poisoned in its application.
Less potential to ruin the world again, like the nuke that went off a couple years ago?
It always has the potential to ruin the world, simply that so far it has not been used.
Now,
yet.
is it that
We
it
might
has
be able
potential to use to ruin the
save it
world,
from
or is
doing
it that we do?
That's a fair question. But regardless, once the research has been done and the culture around the technology has been made, it is marred a little.
And now I
Once it's
am
been used
become
for that
death,
sort of thing.
destroyer of worlds. Oppenheimer, right?
If a corporation was the
Wait, is
first
everyone ignoring
to
Fox's one
accomplish-
smart moment?
What?
Everyone's ignoring
No, I
Fox's
think
literal one smart moment?
Sorry, the facial expression I made was what she's like, okay.
Yeah, so okay, fine. We can pass on to that, but I had a moment that was smart for the first time in character ever.
Extremely smart. Yeah.
barely heard it. Sorry.
For those who missed it, after she talked about like how once the technology is out and the culture exists, it basically becomes marred. I just said, and now I am become death. Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
It's a very good line.
So there you go. They enjoy the ruined one line because I had to re-explain it, but continue.
If that research was done by a corporation, what do you think could happen?
Well, it would depend on the technology they use and how they use it. I'm sure you're familiar with how the cloned virus technology was used by the US to undermine entire economies that just happened to be supported by various drugs, but it spilled over into killing so many more other crops, so many more people's lives than intended. With this, it would be more directed, but that would almost make it more dangerous. They would not have a catastrophe to the same extent. If they did it correctly, they would only take out the thing they wanted to take out without any of the consequences that come from unintended action.
Would it be possible to devise countermeasures against such an application of nanotechnology?
There's always countermeasures you could take, whether using nanotechnology itself or understanding of its limitations. It's just a case of knowing what they're going to do before they do it, which corporations aren't exactly advertising their world-ending, world-controlling actions now, are they? Why do you need my help to know this, though?
It's not so much... It may not be so much that we need your help to know this. In truth, what if I told you that we know for a fact that a corporation is already not only researching such technology, but has made great strides already?
Fox will feign shock at this to pretend he doesn't already know this information.
Yeah, what you can do is definitely roll some persuasion so that we can add some pluses to Doc's persuasion. That's probably going to happen in a minute.
I got you. I'm gonna do that. Let me persuasion. Here comes the D10 plus like 16 again? I don't know. Numbers exist. Plus 14 actually. No, I was right. Plus 16 because of my tattoos.
Mm.
So
You got a 25. Damn.
Good job, Michelle. Thank you for doing math for me.
Yeah, 25. Yeah, you're pretty convincing as being like shocked about this. Like you didn't know this is really the conversation that was gonna happen. She does seem to be picking up on this a little. I would say that you probably need to out them for this. You need to let the world know that they're doing this.
Well, all right. guess, yeah. Sorry, go for it, Doc. Also, I messed things up. I'm sorry.
Well, I guess that would actually be more of a thing for Dion to chime in on.
Oh, yeah, go Dion. Yeah, this is probably a good time to like actually mention the whole Rocklin thing. So just to like kind of cue him on this, Fox will like nod at Dion, just like, and I think that's where you come in.
And I would like to remind you guys that you do know, at least your plan thus far is that it almost is more effective to make a counter outletting the corporation now, so they don't make a counter, if that makes sense.
Right.
Which might necessitate not letting the corporation know that we know.
Yes.
It's also it also might be a good idea. Sorry, out of character. To we already know that Rockland assassinates people who try to out them.
Yeah, at least if they try and out them for something that will absolutely end them. They're not as trigger happy as say like Militech or Arasaka, but it's not unknown.
I think Dion's gonna start with like a probing question, like, how much do you know about Rocklin? Is it Augmetics?
Yeah.
I would to not mention.
Or maybe how much.
I think the point
of
of trying to establish trust here, so maybe we're letting her in on the secret at this point. I think if that's Dion's call, we let him make that call. I'm trusting my friend.
Yep.
I think Doc should also at least weigh in on that a little bit.
That's true. It is maybe a little important for Doc to have an opinion on that. I think he has some personal stake.
Yeah.
This might be a good place for some of this human perception again. I know that you just did it. This is like a new point in the conversation.
Okay. Can I be included in that?
Yeah, but you'll have to sort of talk a little.
Okay. In that case, I'll
are the
let
one
them
who
do
rolled
I'll let them do their thing. 16 from Joe.
All right, 15 and 16.
Oh,
When
yeah,
she
15,
talks
yeah.
about, well, maybe you should out them, you don't think that she's quite, like, she hasn't lived in here long enough to understand the kind of action that a corporation will take. Like, she's not familiar with the fact that they assassinate people on the regular.
Ah.
But also, you know, she's believes in truth and honesty, and the science will win out.
In the American way?
Oh no, definitely not the American way.
The Highland way.
If she believed in that, she might not believe in the first two as strongly.
Damn, son. More bangers.
Yeah.
Shots fired. Get dunked on, America.
The nation we are in. Yeah.
Get dunked on, country we live in.
I think even if we're going to let her in eventually, I think Dion's still going to start with a probing question, like, what would you do if you knew that there was a major company abusing these nanobots?
Well, I thought we just.
Yeah, she said, well, I think I would. I like that question. Yeah, so I think if you let me editorialize a little, you would say, what would you really do, like, step by step, if you did that? And that'll, like, give you a better idea of her thought process. If that's fine.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So, yeah, she does stop and think about it for a second, like, very specific, and it's like, well, you'd need to collect evidence, you would need to put together you need to release it from a credible source, you would need to, and she thinks about, you need to somehow, and she's having that moment of like, yeah, they would definitely try and discredit you and or stop you from saying that. You'd need to keep it secret, is what she says, before you did. And then she's like pausing and thinking about it, like, I think I might see your point then. And yeah, maybe roll some persuasion, Dion, just to see if she really gets to that final thought, I guess. And oh boy, roll another one.
Oh, dang.
We critting today, boys.
Dion,
And a
you
seven.
are holy
Ooh.
shit.
A
30.
30.
That boy persuasive.
I
taught him
think-
well.
So what exactly am I persuading her on?
Basically, like, you guys need her to realize that you need to counter and not necessarily expose them. Like, maybe you can, but you need to first do the thing that will prevent them from using the technology.
That.
like you have the experience to know that if you just release the story now, they might get in trouble. But because nothing bad has happened, it probably is not that much. And then they'll just make the same thing getting around those rules. Like you need a way to stop people from getting hurt first, and then you can expose them.
Okay, so we're kind of passing it off for her to study it and collect evidence.
I think you really need her for making the counter part. You guys have all the evidence you really need.
Yeah,
She's
I think it's more just like
how do we stop it?
Yeah, I think it's more so much like she thinks the best way to go about this would be just to out them right now. I think we're convincing her like let's make the counter first and then maybe worry about outing them.
Okay. Yeah, I would say Dion's pretty satisfied with that. I would say he'd give a look to Huckabee, to really check in and say, are you okay with this? Because you got the most skin in the game, the most to lose out of it.
Yeah, I think with that role, she does come to realize, like, so we would need to stop them from hurting people first, and without them knowing.
That's the game plan.
Conclusion. And then, yeah, you give that significant look.
That's at least part of why I brought you here, Princess. Fox says with kind of like a smile.
Really, the more you talk about how calculated your decision were, I feel like the less chance there is you're gonna get lucky this night.
Listen, don't worry about it. I'm passing myself off as the altruistic hero right now. It's increasing my chances of later cheat gaining. Don't worry about it. It's all part of the plan. Listen, I can be a wholesome guy sometimes. I don't have to be a slut all the time. Just like 90%. So now what do we say?
Well, I believe Dion just sort of headed off the dock is like, if you're okay with this outcome, if there's more that you wanted to push on, how would you like to move? You're the one who actually has the stuff.
What does it take to make such a counter agent?
Well, I would have to look at some of the specs for this particular technology, but you could make some.
I brought a sample with me.
I mean, you can if you would have liked, but like the sample isn't going to be as much as data you collected because she doesn't have like the equipment for looking at an anime.
As opposed to that, when she mentions like one of the tech, I'll just kind of say, and if that could be arranged in exchange for subtlety around the situation, you'd be okay with that?
Sorry, I missed that. Subtlety around the situation?
Yeah. Like if that could be exchanged for subtlety around the situation.
Provided if you keep quiet?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I gotta think about this for a second.
Got it. Take your time. These are deep RP moments.
I think just talking about the counter, we could make counter nanomachines, the ones that are meant to find the ones being used for whatever this purpose is that you're talking about, to fight them, and if they are also self-replicating, but that could be dangerous in case future cyber techs, future nanomachines need to be there. If we know exactly what they attach onto person or in machines and function, we might be able to, change the chemical composition of those things. A lot of those very delicate machines, when they attach to some very specific kind of chemical, some very chemistry, just a slight unexpected change to someone's brain chemistry completely unsettle the whole system, if that makes sense. And I think it's in the middle of that when Foxy is asking for, discretion is when just basically appearing out of nowhere behind you. Lynx, I think you're the only one who would notice that the sort of empty space that's not actually empty had moved forward. Out of that pops Cheshire, who is like, discretion in brain chemistry, you say? He's got the just manic cat face, and he's just like right on. His head's just like leaning right over.
Sorry, the last part we missed you there.
And your audio cut out.
He's like leaning over the table. His head is between you as it just appears there. He was right on top of you, and just
of course.
Even a human perception of 16 wasn't going to notice this man.
Of course.
What about the human perception of 19?
Say what? Oh no, 19 still not going to do it. He's cheating with technology to be extra.
To be invisible. That's fucking asshole. Fine.
Oh.
Yes, Chesh, discretion. And why are you here exactly?
I think the better question is, why are you here in my club?
Business, clearly, which you're infringing upon, and you know we don't do that.
Oh, I don't know. If anything that happens in here, I have to out. Red would have my head if something unseemly were to happen in her club.
And say if some of Red's shipment of crazies ends up coming your way next time accidentally, you wouldn't mind being a little quiet about this?
It's like, oh, no, nothing like that. I think I can help if I've read the situation right. Doctor, and he talks to the doctor, brain chemistry change. Generally, how would you feel about doing that? He's like pretending to be like sly and aloof. It's not working very well. And she's like, Chesh, I think I know what you're talking about. And maybe? I don't know. And then looks to you to explain. He's saying drugs. He's saying that maybe we can get people so high on the right drugs that the nanomachines stop working.
Now that's a plan I think might have some merit.
And I think she does look at you, Foxy's like, well, you seem to have a certain connection. Maybe a good counter, depending on whatever machine we're talking about, especially if it's dealing with people's neurology, is simply making some kind of inhibition, some sort of drug, drink, what have you, that prevents whatever neurotransmitters they're attaching.
How about a gen-modified cannabinoid? You think that'll work?
Possibly. If we had the equipment for it, it could even be as easy as talking to Hatter there and finding something that's already mixing it in with whatever cannabinoid or drink that you are going to use.
Fox will turn to Hatter and say,
I mean, Hatter is down there.
Oh, yeah.
Cheshire's up here.
Cheshire's the one up here.
Cheshire's the I'll turn to Cheshire.
Cheshire's the
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I
Hatter
confused
is
too. My
the
fault.
bartender. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll turn to Cheshire and just look and say, hey, Chesh, last time you heard from... Oh, fuck, I totally forgot the guy's name. I had a name in my head and I lost it. Oh, man. Last time you heard from Mix?
Like, Well, we do buy from them sometimes. Why do you ask?
Turn it back to... For the peanut gallery, Mix is a guy I know who might be, let's say, a wizard with the drug mixing. He might be able to help us out, or at least points to Chesh. Those two brains together, I'm sure we can make it work. So he'll kind of like, Fox will kind of like lean back a little bit and say, all right then, madam, how about this? We get you access to technology with the machines we're talking about. You study it and come up with your counter agent, working with our fine team of experts. We can get in touch. We bring Rocklin down, and whatever happens out of it, we cut you in on.
Yeah. And I think that Cheshire's like, and we sell the cure here.
We sell the cure mostly here and partially back at Neon Lights. 64 distribution.
Yeah, roll quick haggling.
You got it.
The one that you have 22 on, and Cheshire has no defenses against. He's not.
I rolled d20 again. I'm sorry. Ignore that.
Bad.
I'm sorry. Wrong dice. I'm too used to playing D&D. That's a 2 plus like my 20 something. Hold on. What's the actual number? I'm gonna figure this out. So my cool is 8, my persuasion is 14, and my rank is 4. 14 and 4 is 18. 18 and 8 is 20. 26? Wait, 18 and 8?
18 and 8 is 26.
Yeah, 26. So 26 plus 2, 28 all total.
So yeah, it is. Unless I roll a 10 right here, there's no way he matches this.
What you got? Psych, try again.
9.
Oh,
So
just
close.
under.
So close,
Like,
but
So close.
so close, but never again. You thought you thought you could best me?
Yeah, I mean, and again, his like face is holographic. And it's an extremely exaggerated, thinking look of like, I think I can use my authority here and say deal, and goes to shake your hand.
You know how we do. I'll shake his hand. So now I kind of just like I'm not gonna like dismiss him, but kind of like gently offer like all right, now shoo, we're busy.
But yeah, that's kind of my question to you, sort of out of character, is there other stuff in this scene that you want to complete, or is this kind of like the end point? You can provide her with data. You don't even need to bring her back to your place because you rolled really well in sort of analyzing this thing.
Oh, nice.
You really just need her to understand the extremely specific biochemistry and like the nanomachine format and what will work best. So we don't need to keep doing the scene if you want to jump to the next thing.
I don't think I have.
How
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
is this a permanent solution, or is it something you have to keep taking?
It will be something that like flushes them out of your system. If you were still wearing the cyberware, it would you'd probably need to also flush the cyberware with it, and that would require like bathing it completely, like putting all of this chemical that kills these nanomachines throughout the whole thing. But as far as getting it out of your system so that it's not causing psychosis or cyberpsychosis, excuse me, yeah, you could just take it once and
Just one quick dose.
It's like this almost
Already
took a
got this
very
subject.
dark turn.
Just one
Like-
quick dose.
Hey, we
Yeah,
already
I
had
think-
test subjects.
Yeah.
Like forcing people to buy hard book.
Yeah, except, you know,
So what
it's
you're
not like
saying
anyone's
is we're
causing
doing
problems.
capitalism.
Yeah, you're doing a capitalism.
We're doing a
Uh,
capitalism.
I think that's the
You
thing.
know,
is
like
that
true
you can tell-
cyberpunks.
I think that part of this is, though, you know, this club is a local place. It's not owned by a corporation. And they're not really here to control people. They're going to, you assume, sell it freely. And especially because you get to sell some of it,
Yeah.
you get to pick, you don't have to, like, oh, we're going to pick and choose who gets this. This is literally.
Yeah, well, just
here for
anybody
a
who
future
needs
need.
it, come and get. Listen, come and see the doctor. All right, you feel me?
Mhm.
That's all. We got
And,
two doctors now. We got one to handle cyber shit. We got another one to handle some other
Mhm.
shit. You mean call me Dr. Foxy? That's all I'm saying. Anyway, no, I have nothing like serious left to do in this scene urgently. If anyone else has any like things they want to do, I'm honestly, given that we're in, you know, we're at the Wonderland, I'm kind of hoping to, you know, maybe like avoid anybody I overtly know too badly, you know, just like, so if we're cool to like get ready to go, I'm down with that. It's whatever y'all feeling.
I'm good with that.
Well, we got to
Socialization.
help.
Can we be done with the socialization now?
Yeah, I'll happily take my date away and continue my evening if y'all want to get the hell out of here.
I don't think there's anything left. Not like now that we've got her to agree to help, then I don't
Yeah.
think there's anything left that Huckabee.
So yeah, I'll just kind of like to you guys, because again the impression is that we don't know each other. Just like, well, with all business concluded, I believe I will leave you two about your night as I have a date to return to. Doc, always a pleasure.
I wish I could say the same.
Now, you're breaking my heart.
Yes, an excellent
Well,
live by
it's
Doc,
one
for
person.
sure. Nice. So yeah, I think what I'd like to do is if you just want to, if Fox wants to just roll for how well the date goes,
I will
and I'm not
happily
sure
roll
what's
for that.
that would be.
Watch this go. What do you want me? What am I rolling? What's the roll here?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We should make a decision on this because there's not exactly. You'd be surprised to learn Cyberpunk doesn't have a date stat.
Yo, honestly, like, why is that a thing? That
On the next patch.
expansion pack. Artalsorian, if somehow one of you is in chat somehow, which would be amazing, by the way.
We know you follow us on Twitter.
We know you follow us on Twitter, so you saw the live notification. So if one of you is here, date mechanics, when? Also, we're clipping this and posting this on Twitter so they can see it.
What
Date
what are you gonna
mechanics
do?
when?
Date mechanics when, Artalsorian. You'll hear from, listen, we'll talk, all right? I'm like an amateur TRPG game designer. I don't have a resume yet because I haven't actually designed anything, but I have several in-progress projects. Listen, hit me up. We'll talk.
Yeah, sorry, Joe, you were asking something.
Yeah. Would whatever you're doing have like a relevant skill, like maybe dance or like?
That's a good, you know what? So Fox is an okay dancer, but he's not necessarily like trying to, I would say. I feel like he would more just kind of like try to just kind of like chat her up, like convince her, like try to like get back to the feeling like this was also like an actual date on top of being the whole like meeting thing. So, you know, maybe buy her another drink or two, play it cool, talk about things, stay for the show because she seemed ready to enjoy that. So, you know, we'll stay for that. And then maybe, assuming I play my cards right and things go well, try to get lucky. Why not?
Okay.
Conversation.
Yeah, I think conversation, as much as that's meant to be extract information from people without them knowing,
Great.
you'll just say that's talking to someone while trying to achieve a goal that is not necessarily.
Here's a D10 plus 10.
Equation, maybe.
Oh!
Wow! Roll another D10 and add it.
Here we go. Another 10.
What?
Ah!
This is the best date that's ever happened,
He
apparently.
wants to marry you at the end of this.
You rolled a nat 20 on D10.
I did it! I did it, Chad! I rolled a nat 20!
Technically, if we're using D&D rules, that's a nat 100.
Honestly, like, that's listen, alright?
That's astronomical. Congrats, you're married now.
Wait, no.
No, yeah,
Wait, no, hold
I
on.
think doing this pretty good. I think it's like a bit after this conversation ends. Like Cheshire again just vanishes in a few minutes before like the show starts, and it's this like big illusionist sort of thing. Like he's making people disappear and reappear. He just seems to be everywhere, and it has this sort of like fantastic, almost fantasy-esque elements to it. There's like slaying hollow dragon, audience participation. It's very much a show, and you guys have been saving these crazies for a second. And yeah, right before the show starts, there's even like a sort of cue that he gives of like, those who wish to experience an amazing night, take your poisons of choice now, as at the beginning of the show. And yeah, you guys have a great time tripping the fuck out.
Hell yeah.
Show.
Sweet. All right, listen. I'm gonna say, perfect execution. You're welcome, guys.
Yeah. You know, like when that show's over, there's still like the DJ immediately goes into music. There's a band that you still haven't caught the name of. Or no, it was Cyber Jazz. I can't remember now.
Oh, so I
No,
wouldn't
it
be
was
doing this song.
yeah. But anyways, there's one band like at the moment you don't remember the name of. They're playing it up. You're having a great time through the state, and you just sort of learn more about her. She learns more about you.
Of course,
They were the
because I
Mid-State
care.
Blues.
Mid-State Blues. Thank you.
Love it. Sweet. Everything went perfectly. I'm a genius, guys. Listen, I'm great at what I do. All right. I'm not good at everything, but I'm damn good at what I do.
Yeah.
So.
And then I think it's by the end of the night, you can basically choose how that ends.
I guess I will just. I guess this is like out of character and also out of context, but you'll get the context because you're you and I'm me. Nothing happens during this date at all. Just perfectly fine date. Nothing out of the ordinary or anything.
Oh yeah. You don't see any like people that might interrupt the date. You manage to sort of avoid some of the people you know in case you just don't want that your date.
Cool. No, that was
yeah, it goes
nice
pretty well.
Nice to know. Okay, good.
But I mean, you're not very worried about the Wonderland Club. It's kind of expensive to be here. You can't do it all the time, but it's also very much a neutral zone because Red would obliterate anyone who did otherwise.
Well, to stay out of character, to be fair, the Wonderland Club was not what I was worried about in that moment. But I'm glad to know it went off without a hitch. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll have a great time. I'll kind of walk her out and try to as I chat her up and be like, hey, so again, so one, did I convince you that I was here for actually more than just having you meet my associates, and two, I'm pretty sure I had to confirm if you had a better time than you thought you would.
Foxy takes that as a challenge. We're gonna go to the club every night.
Every night.
Yeah, I think that she is like, I did. That was a very good night, especially considering they didn't have anything special going on. I think it was a great time.
I'm glad. We'll look up as we head out and say, stars. Well, I guess there probably wouldn't be too many stars out because the capitalism sucks. But just nice night and not too late. You feel like hanging out for a bit?
Sure.
And that's how my night ends. Listen.
Yeah.
He does it. He does it every time. He's a natural, all right.
You get to learn how much of the. You get to learn how much of that dress is a containment suit and how much is not.
You know what? I'm not too worried about it, to be perfectly honest. I'm gonna be real with you. I have more important things on my mind.
But yeah, I think that's a pretty good scene for like the night. As the three of you who are not on a date head back. Doc, you still can't seem to get a hold of the Golden Agers, and that's starting to worry you.
Uh-oh.
And I think by the morning, Fox, you do have like a few messages from an old flame that you're like, but you've kind of been ignoring them for a long time, so I don't know how much you're going to react to them.
So would it be like, did I see like the name, or was it just like I saw I had messages and like didn't so much like just like shove them? Because I'm imagining, depending on what part of the night I'm in, if I like just like hear the message chime, I'm just like, shove it, busy right now.
Yeah, I think your agent knows that, like, because it is a little bit sentient, so it's just like quieted the notifications until the morning.
Got it. All right, so then I will roleplay that out in the morning if other people have things they want to settle before, like, you guys can settle that first, because that's like a side stuff. So you guys can settle whatever you want to be doing in the morning first.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the question. I think you guys have the data you need. You can collect it and send it out. So that's kind of patched away, but you do have other decisions to make on, I guess, other stuff. How is it going to go?
Yeah, how's the night go, folks?
And the night goes. Well, Lynx is going to collate together her research and try to get her notes organized as well enough so that she can just shunt it to Professor Ciliana and like just have something ready, right? Like, because you know, Lynx has been into college, she knows like how people want to see things, and she's also been in corporations, so she knows how like bureaucrats work. Paperwork is the bane of everyone.
Huckabee would probably try and do the same with his notes on like how the bots are set up and like what like how they work and what they attach to and how they self-replicate.
Which how do they build themselves? Which neurotransmitters are they attaching to? Stuff like that.
And since he also went to college, he probably has a good idea of how to organize it in an appropriate academic form for a professor.
The two of you are the college-educated ones that understand how this works. So yeah,
the smart
I'm not
going
to require a roll for that. You have it pretty prepared. What? Sorry, what?
So, did we all leave at the same time, or
y'all three did?
You can stay a while if you'd like.
Yeah.
Dion is still at the club.
He's just still there, just like, yeah, man, this is fucking good time, man. I live here now. Y'all good.
Lynx and Doc are like data mongering and then collapsing in the corner.
Dion might look around to see if he recognizes anybody, and then other than that, probably just go home and work on the I guess case if he's not sloshed.
Okay. Yeah, roll regular perception, not human perception.
Regular old perceiving. Do you even perceive, bro? I just perceived dropping my lighter.
Is it?
It's under awareness skills, and it's an intelligence skill.
For some reason, because this game doesn't want me to be able to perceive anything except for people.
I can kind of get it, but that's a whole other thing.
No, it makes sense. Honestly, I like separating the skills a lot. That's cool, but it does suck for my character.
Yeah.
It's an 18.
An 18. All right. Now, I cannot seem to find the some of the background, like your backstory sheets at the moment, but I do remember a lot of it, just not the names. So you have to remind me the names if we've decided it. You look around the club, and you're just kind of having a good time chilling, just trying to see who's around. You do notice one or two people you like recognize from your sort of industry, your circles that are other medias. They all seem to be having a good time. And there's like this moment where you see someone, you recognize who they are, and then you like look away, and then you realize, wait, I haven't seen that person in years. And you go look again, and they're gone. And it's one of the people you grew up with, one of the people who escaped with you, and you don't know where she went.
Okay, I'm not sure if I had a name.
If you don't, we don't need one at the moment, and maybe chat will come up with a name for someone who has been experimented on their whole life and escaped.
Oh yeah, that would work.
But I think, and maybe is a sort of thing where actually you're not sure who it is you recognized from that, because there was a few other people who were Ooh, Tess Verai.
Ooh, that's a cool name. Why is it that when I ask for chat to give us a name, they start flinging out bullshit. But when anybody else needs a chat name, chat's like, all right, don't worry, we got it, no problem. And it's Spree of all people. Like, that's true. He did give the doctor's name. That's true. You did. After 3.5 minutes of trolling, you fuck. All right, I'm done molding. You guys go ahead.
But yeah, so yeah, it's this person Tess. Yeah, trolling quota. Very
Fair
nice.
enough. Respect. I've met my flirting quota, so you do your thing.
And then she's not there, and you're like, but you didn't know where Tess was at all after like that escape that you made a few years ago. You had no. I like Yantha, so I'm going to save that name, Timmy. Or
I like that.
Tim.
That's a good. I like Yantha. That's a good one. I'm writing that down.
We're gonna save that name for something.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Definitely keep that one. Thank you, Tim.
Although it sounds like it might vaguely be a reference. We'll keep going. Anyways, yeah, you haven't seen Tess in years. You weren't even sure she was in this city, and so suddenly you realize she's nearby.
Is there anything I can do with this information, or do I just kind of...
You can try and follow her. It would just be some more perception, because this was just a thing you noticed, but now you're actively looking for her.
Sure.
I said 17. Yeah, you think you see her like leaving the club, and but when you sort of get to the outside, she's nowhere to be seen. And I think that's sort of the end of this scene, is that you sort of spend the night first trying to look around in the city, and then you start really in earnest trying to research where she might be in the city. And that would be more like a looking for a rumor check, which you can do a library search for.
Sure.
But that's sort of where your night goes because of this, is that you basically looking for someone you thought might have been gone. A 10.
Damn,
Why you gotta
son.
be rolling so many 10s?
Get these. Yo, Joe is. Listen, he's flinging the criticals out today. All right.
On
Like,
fire.
no,
Oh, with the follow up 9, obviously, because that wasn't enough. Because the 10 wasn't enough. We needed the follow up 9, obviously.
So at 31?
Right? He's like, oh, just casually 31 on this. Don't worry about it. No big deal.
Look, I'm gonna be real. The active DV for finding a rumor, the highest is 21, so you get a detailed rumor.
My man was
You've
like,
obliterated
yeah.
it
So what
already.
my man said, what's the word on the street? I
think omniscience.
You realize you're in a game. No,
he's now a third-person omniscient narrator, just like I'm aware of everybody's thoughts.
I hear the call of Cthulhu.
Someone turns off their camera and you take over the DM spot.
If you roll a 10 and a 10 like that other time, you just become the DM. That's just what happens.
I've ascended.
Mm-hmm. I actually really like this because it like leads into stuff that we might have to deal with next session. So you find out two very, very important specific things. One, you do find out where Tess is. She's going under a different name now. She's going under the name Larissa instead of Tess. But you basically find her social media profile by just searching for faces. And even that, it's like distorted, like black and white filter type of thing. And then, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, you also find out another thing, is that there's people also trying to look for her and trying to hunt her down.
Dun.
And she's not that hard to find. It seems to be some kind of... I mean, you have a certain amount of experience with how major corporations and governments like track people. So normally it would just be, oh, she has a stalker. But you are extremely sure that this is like a corporation is looking for her. A strike team might be looking for her.
Oh, great.
And yeah, so the address you have and the location you have, you better hope are fake, because otherwise they're looking for her. and they're gonna find her.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm sure it's fantastic.
But like, to be clear, you think you have a few days before they find her because she's done a pretty good job. But like, they're going to.
Shit, maybe call your friend, bruh. What the fuck?
Maybe
Yeah,
you should
I mean,
talk to some people
I
who
didn't want
know how
to
to.
start a new like story arc in the end of the episode.
I mean, you
Yeah.
could say
Well,
like,
that's why
I'm
it's
gonna
take a
call
few
them at
days, and I
some
think
point.
you have time.
Yeah.
And like, you'll probably have found this super late. So the best you can do is like send her some messages on her probably fake social media, and then like go to sleep and deal with this in the morning. I think.
Solid.
Just see how it shakes out, you know.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Good luck. It's just
Yeah, I think
drop some fire on the
those
TL,
messages.
then go to sleep.
Yeah, I think you leave those messages, and then the other two, yeah, you collect that stuff and you have it like ready to be sent. And so, sort of in order of maybe urgency of the things that happen in the morning
Oh, dear.
is Foxy, you do see all these messages from your old flame that just stuff didn't work out between you and her.
So,
But yeah, it is from Jessica Albright.
oh no. All right. So, how many are these messages? Like 4 or 5? How many? What's the? We mean like a rough number.
I think it's 3, and the
3.
first one is we really need to talk, and then like the next one is like if you're around, we need to talk. I know you do ignore these, but I need to tell you something. And I think the last one is like a bit chilling, and like we need to talk about your daughter.
Oh no. So Fox will obviously, wake up another long night, waking up in someone else's bed, head to that person's bathroom for his typical ritual of like stretching in the mirror and then calling his friends. But he'll stretch and kind of, like in his head be like, "Morning, Cat, what do we got?" And like normally Cat would be like, "Oh, good morning, boss," and like, read off like the weather and like, some other stuff and like give him his report and like give him his messages he missed. Instead of that, she doesn't say anything. She just like pushes the messages like into like his vision. And he just sees Jessica and she's like, "Oh no." And so he's kind of like, but he's not like super freaking out about it yet. He's kind of like still ringing you guys. So he still calls all 3 of you. So like the I guess the agent is ringing, but as like it's ringing before anyone picks up, he reads the 3rd one. So he reads the 3rd message. It's kind of just like, what? And then I don't know. You guys can answer if you want.
And are you calling the team, or are you calling Jessica?
Call the team.
Okay. Then we'll also deal with the other 3 of you, like, as you woken up. I think next, Dion, you don't get a message back, but you do get a read receipt. So, like,
oh no!
There's something there, and
She left
you think
on
that
red, bro. Damn.
left you on read.
Oh.
No, but I actually kind of want to know what kind of message would he have sent in this hasn't slept in several days, kind of about to crash state of mind.
Is Dion call?
I guess like, are you real or something?
Yeah, it's like, were you really here? Or is this the real you? Do you use her real name, or do you just rely on the fact that she knows who you are?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, Dion's probably like not in a healthy mental state, but he's still got enough sense not to potentially endanger her like that.
Okay, so yeah, I think it is kind of a little bit of a manic. Are you real? But more like you hope it's clear enough, and you're not sure that it is because she read it and didn't respond. And then actually, that's leads to a question I kind of wanted to ask Lynx. Have you attempted to contact Oryx yet from last session?
I haven't. I kind of just went on a, I went on a, like I have this issue where I'm kind of like Lynx has this issue where she's kind of like tunnel visions, right? So
Yeah,
like Oryx has definitely been like, burning in the back of her mind, kind of like, in the sub process going like, okay, we need to finish this up really fast so we can talk to Oryx, right?
Well, yeah, it's only been, about a day.
Yeah.
So yeah, you don't actually get a message from him. You're almost thinking, oh, I haven't immediately contacted him, he might. You do get a message from the doctor the professor you just sent this to. Apparently sometime either early this morning or last night, she just said thank you for, like, the data that you've put together. And already has some ideas that like she's it seems like sent to you and Doc, and I guess Doc you'd see that it's like a document. She seems to be taking notes on her thought on this documents you've sent. There's maybe one or two places where she's correcting you like a professor. No, see, you have this cause and effect backwards here. It's maybe a little annoying, but she has some notes on like, hey, these chemicals might actually be the right thing to mix in. We'd have to do some tests, but yeah, we think we can do this. And Doc, they're actually like chemicals you have. They're meant to be, I guess, they're meant to be like a numbing agent, effectively, for when people first get their cyberware on. That also like make it easier to link neural, like raw neurons to this cyberware. So it is a chemical you have. It wouldn't be hard. And I think, Doc, the last thing, and probably the most urgent, is you get what seems like a speech to text message, and it is from Dahlia, the one who was her cosplay character for the Golden Ages Freeze, and it's a very garbled text. Help us.
Oh Lord.
Time for a live test.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, I think we found our test subjects for this nanobot cure.
So yeah, Fox will just like, I guess just like to keep this in line. You're all very used to a ritual of like Fox whenever he wakes up and has to, like the bathroom to like freshen up for the morning. He always like calls the gang just like check in and like see like what the move is for the day. So like whatever you're doing like in your early morning, whether it's like eating, drinking, working, or whatever, you get like the usual call. So I assume you like answer typically, but you're always used to like normally whenever you answer, like I'm like in mid stretch and I'm just like, good morning guys, how we feeling? But like when you answer this time, I'm just kind of looking off into space and not saying anything. Like I don't even greet you guys. I'm just kind of like visible shock on my face.
Good morning. Y'all doing fine?
Hey guys, yeah, sorry, just a glitch in the visuals this morning. No, I'm not okay, actually, at all. I'm sorry. This is probably the first time you guys have ever seen Fox tripped up.
Or apologize.
Yeah, or that.
You're what?
Yeah, I don't... We'll deal with it. More importantly, what's going on?
We are talking about this later, kid.
You know, we might have to talk about it now, to be honest. But first, let's deal with the more pressing thing. Do we have any new info? Or what's up?
I have some good news and some bad news.
I'll take any
Which
other
would you
news than
like
what I
to
have
hear
right
first?
now.
Beg your pardon?
I'll take any other news besides what I have right now. Just give it to me.
The call in game is breaking up a little.
Oh, of course.
No, in universe, that's what's happening.
That's
Anyways.
funny. Yeah, I'll take any news besides whatever I have right now.
Well, the bad news first. I've been trying to get into contact with the Golden Ages since we found out. I haven't had any success until this morning when our Mrs. Freeze friend sent me what I can only assume was a cry for help with how nearly unintelligible it was. Which brings me to the good news. We may have some willing test subjects for our concoction.
So, in lieu of a witty quip, Fox will just say, yeah, that's good. Anyone got anything else?
I think we need to resolve things ASAP. Got a meeting with a friend that we need.
Yeah, you might not be the only one. Fox kind of mutters. All right, well, he kind of like sits for a moment. And if like for a moment he even kind of like you like maybe Link, you can kind of hear him mutter like, "Be a good person" moment. All right, guys, meet me at the usual spot. I'll be there in like 10. And then Hikaru's like, end the call. And I assume if we all go to meet up, like surprisingly, somehow, even if you guys were like already at home, despite Fox normally always being late for these things, especially if he got late the last night, as you guys appear, he's like already like in the dining area, like in a chair, at a seat, with a cup of coffee, and he doesn't drink coffee. So he's just kind of like sitting there, just like head kind of low, just, oh Lord.
But yeah, just to kind of give you the quick overview so we can pretty quick. You know where this particular group of the Golden Agers generally hang out. You've been there before. And I think, yeah, especially this Miss Freeze person, Dahlia. Doc, you're like extremely confident that she actually like lives there. So at least she will probably be back at this sort of garage that you've been at before.
It's the most effective way to deploy our.
Yeah, I guess like as you guys like arrive to meet up, I'll like notice you, offer a wave, and like gesture to some seats.
Yeah. And I guess I'm going to hide some stuff in the GM layer, but I can bring up the map of that place if you would like.
Yeah, please, that'd be helpful so we could like plan out like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
we could map out our attack if we wanted to, you know, so for the sake of this. So again, people will. So we're here, people will kind of like pull up.
I've placed you down here, but you can sort of decide what edge of the map that you show up on.
Yeah. Well, so we'll hit that in a moment. So I guess like as you guys pull up, like Fox will even just kind of just think, all right. So we don't know if this is hostage crisis or worse, but I'm imagining it has something to do with our cyber psychosis situation. So just to be safe, and I'll kind of like gesture to Lynx to kind of like pull up a map of the warehouse. But again, still like obvious head in hands kind of thing.
All right. So Lynx pulls out a holographic readout of the map that we pulled from last session.
Mm-hmm.
So
and yeah, this is sort of where stuff was before. You don't put people down, but like they had a car that they seemed to be working on. They have sort of this area.
Which is where they were
at the
setting
center
up
is where
time.
it's where they work on them.
Yeah.
Yep, there's a node there. There is also still each of these vending machines have a node and
of course
could take over, but you do know that also these nodes are going to have an imp to protect them, while the one as part of this you've already broken through and like you have a quick in.
All right. So Fox kind of like look at the hologram and just say, someone smarter than me come up with a plan.
Okay. Huck.
Yes.
The cure. Does it need to be injected, or can we burn it and use it as an aerosol? Will it still be effective?
You really don't know.
Mr. Drugman, maybe do you have a comment on this?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think any of you would really know because it's kind of experimental.
And normally Fox
if you want to take a little more time, you could try and test it on some of the, like you have the arm bugs here, but it's really a matter of how quickly does it go from lungs to bloodstream, at what concentration,
but like,
is it going to do?
Despite probably knowing all of this because he knows drugs decently well, Fox isn't saying any of this. He's just like, no, I don't really know anything. I don't know.
Okay, Plan A then. Plan A. Huck, how much do we have of this drug?
That's complicated to say. You could make enough doses, one for each. If you tried to make, say, every one of you has 5 doses because there's 5 of them, that you might be stretching it. They'd be smaller doses because this is, a liquid. You can cut it however you like. But I think 10. 10 is like the amount you could do where you'd be confident it would be enough to knock them unconscious if it doesn't take out all of the nanomachines.
10 sounds good.
Nice round number.
Doses, and we need to get close. Okay. That's the maximum that you can make, yes? Or do
Well,
you have...
he could make 15, or I guess 20 of them. He could cut that in half. Just you wouldn't be 100% sure it will do the job.
I say we just go with
Okay.
the 10.
All right, 10 doses, and how many of the? I think there's like 5 of the golden natures. Yes.
Yeah, there were 5 that were involved with this.
Okay. So, how much, Kit? How much would we need to create an effective aerosol to fill in a room?
Well, if a single dose is going to... If we have enough to make about 10 doses, I have to imagine, depending on what room we're filling, assuming we're going for the biggest room possible there, we'd have to probably double our dose count, meaning we'd need to effectively aerosolize with enough count to pump double the amount into the lungs. So we'd have to get a decent amount of a decent aerosolizing unit. So something a little bit beyond just smoke. Maybe like air freshener or something?
Yeah.
Fox
You
will...
need like a vaporizer or something.
He'll kind of briefly perk up and kind of say, I'm thinking, if you could maybe get if we could get you into the air conditioning system of the air conditioning control of the unit, maybe we could use that to spread a sort of aerosolized unit. That might be a bit more effective than just spraying it around the room.
Okay, and there's the centralized node is connected to the...
It's connected to the electrical, and then like these sort of lifts.
So we have to get you in there, and ideally without getting ourselves murdered in the process.
And there's cyberpsychosis. Likely they've probably already descended into cyberpsychosis. Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, and again, it's one of those things that technically they were probably already there, just they weren't inherently violent.
But I imagine it's probably gotten a little bit worse since they're, a little angry.
Yeah. Because really it's just you're like disassociating from your own body, and if it is a little violent, you start doing that because you stop caring about the consequences.
All right. We need to keep Doc safe. So Doc needs to. And we need to also manage to get to inject these guys. Doc, does it matter where we inject it? Can we just, I don't know, shoot the like?
It shouldn't matter.
All right.
Unless you accidentally hit like an organ and you pump it like into their stomach, so long as it gets into their vein. Definitely
Okay,
neck is going to be better. So I'm just answering for Doc because I need to give you guys the details, but this is not going to require a roll from Huckabee.
So
Okay.
I guess Fox will just kind of think. Our only plan might be to go in loud. We go. So I'm thinking. We start off sort of quiet, get our way to a central node. If we can get in there, we aerosolize to the air conditioner and see if we can do that. If not, shock and awe. Hit them hard, hit them fast, get them dosed before they get too violent against us. But understand that we're not going up against your regular gangers here. Cyber psychos are known to be violent unto death. So there's a possibility that we don't all walk away from this.
All right. Everyone carried 2 doses. We've got 10. Yes.
Makes enough for me.
All right.
That leaves 2 left over.
There's 2 left over.
I say we have Doc and Michelle carry the extras just to be safe.
Yep.
All right then.
And what I would like is if you want to make an aerosolizing unit, you'll actually only each have 1 because that's going to take 5 doses of the 10. But that's going to take a weapons tech roll to sort of make an aerosolizing unit that you place in the air conditioning.
I have an air hypo. Like, could I use that?
Yeah, but air hypo is
It's like a direct injection.
air-powered injection thing.
It's like it's basically
not
if an inhaler were for like street drugs, basically, it's how that works.
Yeah.
It's a shame we can't just talk Enzo into making one for us.
He's not going to have the time for that, I don't
Yeah.
think.
Wouldn't have the time for that. All right.
Already here.
Yep. I don't think I quite have the skill to make one.
So then Fox, kind of seeming a bit impatient, maybe even a little more like snippy than he usually is with you guys, just like, so we have our plan then. Let's stop debating on it and just make it happen.
Yeah, and if you guys are going to make a thing to stab them and you just have all those doses, then you're going to need to roll me someone of first aid to just like prepare these doses in an easy stabby syringe type thing.
Can I use paramedic instead?
Sure. I think that counts.
'Cause,
All right.
it was
But
good. My first aid, not so much.
Let's see if we can't sneak.
literally,
Alright,
like
so,
in the middle of you
there's
guys
no
like
plan.
talking
I have
about
to
how
take
to
off
make
my
the
mask
doses or whatever.
because
Yeah.
I need my reading glasses.
Oh yeah, you guys can totally take your masks off. We're no longer at the party.
Well,
but
I'm at the club anyway.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything.
Appreciate the costumes were great. But yeah, like while you guys like start like talking about how to make doses, Fox will like temporarily just like literally just step off for a bit. I'm gonna turn my agent on and place a phone call I very much don't want to make, with the assumption or with the very 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 vain hope that maybe she won't answer.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll a d10 for that. The 18 is enough that Doc is easily gonna make these syringes, and yeah, they're gonna just have like a light skill is what it's gonna take for stabbing them.
Cool, works for me.
And we're gonna try and stealth our way. I think we should try to stealth our way in.
That was the plan. We're gonna try.
Sneak in.
Yeah, we're trying to pre-stealth.
An 8.
Tell me no. 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 This is like
I'm trying to decide if a high roll is
yeah.
she answers or not. Actually.
All right, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I am closing my eyes. Like you guys, everyone in chat can see me covering my eyes right now. Chat, by vote of consensus, decide whether or not Jessica answers the phone. You have 15 seconds. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. I hate counting right now. You guys get the point. All right, time's up. What's the call?
No.
This number has been disconnected.
I'm not staying like this. Someone
No,
keeps...
so yeah, high is she answers.
Fuck. All right. So Fox is literally just like sitting there, just going, "Don't pick up, don't 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 pick up."
Wait. We've got number not connected. This number has been disconnected from the chat.
But I think everyone just went with yeah. I think everyone just went with she answers.
No, I do like that 2 people have said
Number not connected. That's true.
Yeah,
Wait, but then how did she get in touch with me then?
Well, that's the fear is that she sent you a message last night, and this morning you've called her, and the phone's not on.
Oh, great. Well, I mean, I don't know.
I think after the phone ends, your agent is just, that's odd. She should be reachable here.
Oh, man. I don't think Fox is like, he's like happy, but also just kind of like, all right, well, time to do the one thing I hate doing. And like Cat will kind of just be like, what's that? Being honest. So we'll turn and kind of sit back, turn and like kind of sit back at the table and just go, okay, so I guess there's one other thing since everyone's being all mushy backstory about this, huh? Hey, Ma, you remember Jessica? Albright, medtech, works in water now, I think. Used to kind of be a thing of mine.
Yeah, she works for the city with like the city utilities. Is the reason that Foxy didn't want to talk about that. Didn't want to have to deal with the paperwork.
Sort of. Why?
There was an incident once. You remember a couple years back we lost Dre, right? And the week and a half I spent riding around looking for the people that shot him?
Yeah.
That was during the whole Jessica situation, and there was... I don't know the whole story, but she kept asking me to come see her, and I was so fucking stupid, focused on getting even, seeing some blood, I don't fucking know. I ignored her. She said it was important. I didn't listen. I came back home and she was gone. Message said she was pregnant. I just kind of thought she was lying about it, or maybe that things didn't work out. But last night she hit me up a couple times. There were a couple of messages. The last one pretty directly hinted at a daughter.
Telling me I'm a grandma already.
I'm telling you, you're a grandma already.
All right. I need to have a talk with my grandkids.
Wait,
You
kids?
never let me know that I had a grandkid that I could spoil.
I mean, I didn't know, to be fair, until, well, this morning. I assumed, but I wasn't sure.
Shh. Alrighty then, kids. I'm assuming you need me to figure out how to contact this lady?
Yeah,
Jessica?
She told me to reach out to her, and I called her this morning, but I couldn't get a hold. I figured since we might not all walk away from this, maybe closure wouldn't be a bad idea. But me not getting in touch with her is kind of weird.
Okay then. Let me. I guess I'll do a net run roll.
Well, I guess that's a choice you make, is you can spend that time doing it now, or because now there's a bit of a ticking clock of going and figuring out golden agers.
Okay.
I feel like Fox would want you to look it up now, so he could at least know, even if he's not going to act on it right now.
Okay, I will.
Because
depending
on what he finds out, some things could happen. We'll see. Let's go ahead.
All right, let me run a net run.
Do the running of the net. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's a big no.
That's a big bad
I think
roll.
actually this should be a library search, just because again there's not a city-wide net.
Yeah, so
this is more you.
So that didn't count,
yep.
thankfully.
Yeah. So just re-roll to library search.
17. Significantly
17.
better.
Yeah, I think that you find out a few things with a 17. One is that this number got cut off by the city pretty recently, but also probably because you know this, Jessica, don't have a hard time finding out that she did like clock in for work, and she has sent work emails from her desk. So she's not like gone, but there's something going on that she's like not really being allowed to, or maybe she's choosing not to interact with the outside world.
So I guess I have to say, this is important. I guess, Lynx, how specifically would you convey that information to me? Because this is gonna matter.
So, okay, so Fox or Kit. She clocked into work today. I don't know. It looks like her number just got disconnected from the city fairly recently. Not sure why. But she's definitely still around and still alive.
Fox cut you off. She's at work then.
She clocked in, but that can be.
He gets up and like sprints for the door. Just goes, "Warehouse, 3 hours. I'll meet you," and just literally just runs out of the door. I'm gone.
All right. Well, so we're 10 minutes to end. So I actually wonder if next time it's not a good place. It might be an interesting place to pick up with what Foxy does here, and then sort of trying to save the Golden Ager. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I think so.
That's a
We
good.
don't have time for combat.
Yeah, we definitely don't have time for a full combat or anything. So I would say that's definitely, to the way it's not going too far over stream time, we definitely should probably. I mean, it's something. If y'all want me to like do this now, I'm fine with that. I'm cool with that. I know I've been like taking up a bunch of RP time, so if we want to just like not and do some like honestly like some other like potentially important thing, I'm fine with that too. I don't want a hog time, you know. It's up to y'all. I'll let y'all say it. If y'all want to handle this now, we can. I can spare 10 minutes for it. Why not? You know.
I'm gonna say that this is not the kind of thing that's going to be resolved in time. So,
fair enough. All right. So then in that case,
better.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, you do X.
Okay. So in that case,
outro.
we'll scene cut here, and with Fox sprinting off into the sunrise. I was gonna say sunset, but it's morning. And the rest of the gang preparing to go save some comic book wannabes from cyberpsychosis. I just want to thank everyone for coming out and watching the stream. We got some new people even people we don't know in chat coming to hang out and talk. Thank you to every new follow we got and every new view of the stream. We did break 20 followers today, so I want to make one quick little announcement. And if you'll give me like a couple. Here, I'm gonna quickly put us in the. Whoops, my bad. I'm gonna put us in the.
Yeah, how about while you're preparing that? Everybody, how you want to plug yourselves?
Yeah, give me 1 second because I gotta grab a link, and our cameras are not up right this second, but they will be in 1 second. So like, hold off on the plugs for until now. Go.
So yeah, Joe, where can the people find you?
Yeah, Joe, you start. Did you mute yourself again?
Yeah, you can't.
You can find me on Twitter, Impact Font Joe. I don't like saying that out loud.
It's
You
a
can find
great
me on
name.
Twitter, Joe Hate Club. That's my usual thing. I stream some. That's about it. Thanks.
All right, Dan.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at LandTheDan, all one word. It's mostly food pics and wrestling, so that's your lot. You know where to find me now.
Dunking on Jennings.
That too.
Boomer. Links.
No, we're done with Ken Jennings.
Yes.
Just no social media. Just I don't even know why.
But I love hearing that you say that every time. It's great. The net runners.
It is
like,
very
nah,
fun.
I gotta be off the grid.
Just no
Yeah.
to the social media. I enjoy my privacy. Here,
Yeah.
That's...
But yeah, you can find me at Twitter at @kinda_writing. Mostly that's me talking about tabletop stuff, fantasy storytelling stuff. You can always yell at me about martial arts or storytelling or whatever. Maybe even like social media theory. It's my day job. And then you should definitely follow us at Neon. Oh, sorry, I can't remember the
Neon
Lights
NC
Twitter.
Lights is the
Neon
Twitter.
NC Lights.
Neon NC Lights.
Neon North Carolina Lights.
That's not what that is.
I will say that at some
Nigeria.
point it will probably get updated to. Actually, you know what? This is a great time to talk about this now. So give me a second. First, I'll plug myself. If you're looking for me, you can find me on Twitter at Young Foxy. That's YUNG_FOXXII. I make music. I rap, so I have a SoundCloud under the same name. I sometimes stream, but most of the days I've been doing just this and other RPG stuff. So I haven't been on my personal Twitch recently. But I dunk on right wingers and talk about funny stuff, and I'm occasionally a bit of a goofball on Twitter, so you can find me there. Definitely follow the game at Neon NC Lights on Twitter. Follow us here on Twitch at Neon Lights Roleplay. You know that because you're on the channel right now. And I will say, as a sort of special celebration to, I guess, to everybody here, I want to announce the official launch of, and I admit it's a bit alpha, of the Neon Lights Roleplay Discord, which is, there is now a link in chat for it right there. We have made a community server where you can hang out, you can chat with us, you can talk about TTRPG stuff, talk about like non-related stuff, games, anime, memes. You can talk about the show if you want, like what's going on in the show. You can find people to play video games with you. We're almost always like on Discord, kind of hanging out anyway. So you'll probably catch some of us in there, hang out, maybe play some games. So if you want to come hang out with us, two other things I want to announce are, first and foremost, and I don't have a date on this just yet, but it tentatively is like a couple Sundays from now. I will be running a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition one shot in like on the channel here. I will be running it with three my three other players here, Dan, Michelle, and Joe, as well as three other players, all of whom are usually in our chat. Spree, Ollie, and Lerner will also be in there, so it'll be a huge, fun one-shot. That'll become a rotating show. We also have another campaign we're starting up soon. More information on that soon. That'll be a bi-weekly Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition campaign, which will also be run by me. We'll feature some of our characters. I know it's possible that Tate will be playing in that one, so if you want to see Tate, get out of his Game Master mode and play as a player. I've played with him as a player. He's super fun.
Once.
Yeah, like I've played with Tate as a player. He is super, super fun to play with. So if you want to see that, definitely check that out. And going forward, the one-shots, we might even occasionally pull people from the Discord to join one-shots, to join games. So if you want a chance at that, hop in the Discord, accept the rules, and we will see you guys in there. And we'll look forward to, more things growing out of that and the community growing. But I just have to say, I am so, so amazed with how things have been growing so far. And I just thank all of you guys for coming on this journey with us. And we can only go up from here. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. Come see us in the near future. If not next Sunday, then the Sunday after, where we resume the main game and have some cool stuff happening. Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Twitch. Get at us about goofy stuff. Stay safe. We love you all. And are there any closing memes we want to end on? Anybody? Anybody got any last final memes to drop before we head out?
Nah, I used all my funny in the first half.
That's fair. Anybody else?
Stay warm.
Stay warm. Yeah, it's if you're on the northeast right now, you're getting hit with a snowstorm, which thankfully was merciful to us. Stay warm. Drink tea, drink hot chocolate if you need to. Watch WandaVision, it's super good. Yeah, drink water. Watch WandaVision, it's super good.
WandaVision good?
Yo, it's really good. Watch WandaVision. It's actually fire.
It's deeply
It's
surreal.
very
in a really
surreal,
interesting way.
Yeah, it's. I would totally not watch it like middle of the night because you might be like, this is kind of fucking creepy.
Don't
But-
do it if you are inebriated in any way.
Oh yeah, no. If you're off any kind of drug or drink, maybe leave WandaVision alone till you sober up. It'll mess with you. Great show though. Definitely watch
If
it.
you like shows that have a weird gimmick that commit to that gimmick fully, then definitely watch it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
No, I think they nailed it. But anyways,
Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming. We are going to head on out. Actually, and you know what? I haven't figured out how to raid yet, but I'm gonna plug it. If y'all want to, feel free to swap on over to twitch.tv/OlliePeachSenpai. Ollie's one of our viewers regularly. She's super cool and a friend of ours. She will be in the one shot, and she's streaming right now, playing some Minecraft. and she's always fun. So please, 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 there's a link in the chat. Hop over there, tell her we said hi, tell her we sent you, and we'll see you guys in the future. Love you all and be safe, okay? Bye.
Bye.